Stranded with the slapjack. What is up, guys? Happy Sunday. Hope you guys are having a great one. I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm a little worn out. Doing a lot more streaming than I normally do. Not a huge stream tonight, you know, let's have a fun one. I think different people need that decompressed stream, so we'll be going there with this one tonight. The gaming streams seem to be kind of a hit. We got up to, we picked up 3 subscribers yesterday, guys. So, yay us. And welcome to all those that decided to join in. What's going on, Leo? What's going on, Eugene? What's up, Stranded, who was first? Haha. And shout out to the greatest mod on these interwebs, Sheree. We're going to get everything into black so that we can paint it on different streams. Although what's sad is, you know, Riri that I forgot to reprint the Batman Who Laughs head, so I'll do them in black or whatever. Maybe I'll do repair work on that little earpiece that broke off. If not, then I'll reprint it, paint it black offside, you know. But I get to show off the Invincible that I printed out. I'll show you guys the problem I have with it. Thank you, Sheree. Thank you. You know, I know gaming isn't everybody's cup of tea. So it's like, but I also want to kind of do a variety of things. I don't want to just be a one-trick pony, you know, read you guys some news articles, comment on it, and then get stuck into a rut. So switching it up. Plus, I love playing with Smurf. No homo. You guys know what I meant. I love playing video games with him. Actually, I'd love it if there's a game coming up, Helldivers, and because David sent me a $25 gift card for Xbox for my birthday, I'm actually going to apply that to the cost of it. And I figure maybe then he's going to have his own crew that he runs with. They're all younger guys. But maybe we'll do Helldivers 2 when that releases on Xbox as well. I know most PC gamers are already like, yeah, I'm tired of this game. I've already beat the crap out of it, you know, but for the console guys, we're all like, oh yeah, cool. Finally it's coming. So. Nice, Stranded. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I shout out to him. He's not in here yet. So, you know, kind of talking behind his back, I guess. But yeah, shout out to Smurf. He definitely, I don't know if you guys were tuned in, but 2 of us got in an argument last night, but it was a funny argument over the stone. And because I put stone in the chest, but I wasn't real clear when I told him, like, I put stone in the chest. I said, I brought back all the silver, all the stone, and threw it in chests. Well, I'm like, what the hell's taking him so long to build these stone walls? And he's out harvesting stone. I'm like, dude, what's wrong with you? Just grab the stone out of the chest. And he's like, what stone in the chest? Like, I was getting pissed at him because I'm like, what's taking you so long? There's plenty of stone right there. And he didn't know what I was talking about. He's like, I don't know what the hell you're on about. He was getting upset. Let's go to this. It doesn't look as well lit tonight for some reason. I haven't figured that out. It might be something with the With the camera, I had the lens cap on when I fired it up, so I think the iris is catching it at a low light level. Matter of fact, I'm going to shut down the camera. Okay, I can't even shut it down during live streaming. Let me just try switching modes, see if this messes with it, because it's looking way dark to me. I don't want to get it into a crazy spot, but we'll switch it back to standard. Nah, it didn't fix it. All right. I got to remember that for next time. So it's going to look a little dark, but really, I'm painting everything black anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, everybody check out Eugene. He says he's got a new music coming up, and he says it's a little different. Definitely going to. I'll definitely be one of the first to watch it, Eugene. As soon as it posts, I get that notification. I'll be there to watch it. Good job, Eugene. Keep it up, man. Keep being creative. Little Leo did his Predator display and everything else, and he's being creative. Keep it up. Poor Sheree has been getting hammered between, all the mod streams, and I'm sure just family life. Shout out to Murray. Shout out to Murray. Shout out to Sheree for being the hardest working mod on these internets, and the best mod in my opinion too. Yeah, it lit up for a second. That was the one mode, but it's going to be real dark. Um, Let me do this. See, I'm going to lose camera here for a second. Matter of fact, let me put up the title card and then play with the camera real quick, so you guys don't have to watch me screwing around here. Screwing around in the background. Integrated webcam. All right, this sucks. I got to pull the cable. Give me 1 second, guys. Yeah, I think that fixed it. Let me see. One of those problems when you're messing with new equipment. Sometimes you don't get exactly what you wanted out of it. Well, I definitely. Nah, it's still dark. I'm gonna have to do something with the lighting. I'm definitely gonna have to do something with the lighting. But yeah, it's because it looks real dark to me for some reason. Let me actually move the camera and maybe that'll help. Maybe it'll pick up light different. Nope. No, that doesn't seem to have helped. However, hopefully we can still see the detail. So here is the body for Invincible. You got the muscle rips, all that on it. The head. This is where the issue is. Get him in frame. So actually, I got to put up so I get the autofocus on him. The head is super detailed, super slick. You can pretty much see every little hair on him. The only issue is this. See that gap in there? So I think I told you guys this before. When you're cutting a model apart, when I was doing the how the sausage is made, and I explained like I got to adjust the cutting plane so it's super thin. This is what happens when you don't adjust the cutting plane. I went back to the original model. I looked at it, and because this thing came in pieces already, but I'm gonna have this gap. So what I'm gonna have to do is put resin in this gap once I got them all painted, and I'm actually gonna have to go over them with more paint to fill in this gap. Because when the guy cut it, he didn't make the cutting plane thin, so it took chunks out of the model that it shouldn't have. Yeah, special shout out to the missus. Thank you. Thank you, Sheree. Yeah, shout out to the wife. Like I said, the camera definitely. Oh my God. I don't know what's up with the lighting. If I had realized it was going to be that dark, I probably would have adjusted it earlier or tried to before I went live. Oh, that's awesome. Good stuff, Stranded. Yeah, keep working on your story. Like, be creative. That's awesome. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. And it was cool. Smurf has never seen Enterprise, so me being able to explain things to him. Um, but yeah, everything on this guy was split down, so it was a lot of files to print. He literally took, I think, 48 hours total to print the entire model. Let me see if I got this arm on right now. I got the wrong fist. But yeah, so I'm gonna have to saw this right here down. This little connecting piece. Do that again so you guys can see. But that little connecting piece, and maybe drill out this hole a bit. Because that doesn't fit. It fits in there snug, but it's just got to get slimmed down. That'll actually go together. That's one of his arms. So when we're throwing them together, have the arm coming off like that. And then the legs. Jesus Christ. This thing's big. Like, it's actually really, really big. But I thought you guys would laugh about this. Put the head up down. Right, here are the legs. Notice where he cut and separated them? Right in the damn butt cheeks. Like, right in the butt cheeks. Right in the crack. So that's going to be fun. But looking at it, if you fit it in there right, it'll fit like a puzzle piece. I might have to seam that crack, or else it's going to look like he's pooping. You got serious butt crack there. But yeah, there's the top part of the legs. So this kind of shows you how big it is. I don't know if this is the left or the right. I think it's the right. Yeah, it's the right. Or the left, rather. But that's got to get sanded down a little bit. So your legs are like huge. And then all of this is going to attach to this rock that goes into the base. So he's actually in motion and like flying out. And the stand will counterbalance. Like, legitimately, I could probably just take the rock and set it down. Not even put it in the thing. But the rock then goes into the base like this. So he's going to be coming off. Well, actually, I can just give me that leg back. So you're going to have him coming out like this, almost in the action pose. He's going to be leaning forward. I think that might be a little too much. I might just take the rock and paint it when I do them and set them down like that and have him flying out of it. I have a lighting ring. What's up, David? David, your stuff is all put together. I'm waiting on my daughter to get back to tell me how to get it past customs without you having to pay for it on the other end. It's going to cost like $60 to ship that thing over to you. And then if we don't fill out the tariff stuff right on the shipping list, it's going to cost you like $60 on the other end to receive it. And it's like, yeah, we're not, I'm not trying to do that. The wife's, my daughter has sent stuff overseas a bunch of times. And so she's supposed to get back to my wife and tell them how, but my wife has the address. She has everything boxed up, including the candy in there. And that's going to get shipped out to you as soon as possible. But we got to get it through customs on our end to get it to your end. So just a heads up on that one. Just a heads up. All right, so let's see. One, we got our old friend, the airbrush. And with the new, I haven't fired up the airbrush since last time we went into the black. My red airbrush, I think, is dead. Like, I think there's a seal blown in it. I'm going to have to take the thing completely apart, replace seals, all this kind of stuff. So I'll be working on the black airbrush tonight. I definitely got to put together airbrush cleaner, though, because I think this is all I've got left. God damn, the lighting is killing me. I kind of feel like restarting the stream and seeing if I can't reconfigure the camera or something. But at the same point in time, I don't want to mess with it too much. Let me see what I got here. Let me see if I can mess with this, because it's pissing me off. Not going to lie. It's definitely way more. Let's see, configure. Let me hit default. No. It's not going to let me do it. It's not going to let me mess with anything on there. Um, unless I reread this thing. Let's see, I guess I can do the. Like I can mess with these little settings and see if I can find one that makes it a bit brighter. Like that's brighter. I'm just gonna have to change it back to standard after I'm done the stream and then screw with it. But I think that's got it brighter for you guys, so you can actually see the light better. Um. Oh, and David, give me 1 second. Well, it may be. You're welcome, David. For one, thank you for the $25 gift card. That was generous, and I do appreciate it. You didn't have to do it, and thank you. But I've decided I'm going to take that $25 gift card, throw it towards Hill Divers too. So this way, maybe you can be on stream with me. Now, granted, I know how you talk just naturally. So you just got to remember we're on stream, buddy. I can't control the brightness level, but so the thing I just hit is actually on my touchscreen. Like that's in sepia. This is in black and white, for example. So I can switch up modes on it. So I can go to like a higher mode. So if I were to put the Hulk or something here, let me grab my cigarettes. I'll show you. The color is going to be all screwed up though. Oh no, actually color's coming through fine. God, this camera's amazing. Now I used to airbrush everything too. I wouldn't hand paint anything. It was all airbrush. And then I've definitely, because my whole thing was I couldn't control my hands. I have that shake from damage in my neck. And I was like always afraid I'm just going to blow out lines here, there, or everything. But I'm starting to learn that I can fix the mistake after the fact. My hand shakes. Some stuff though, I'm definitely going to want to airbrush if I want like a candy shell is what I call it. I think I showed you guys with the gnome what the candy shell looks like. If I want that real yeah, like an M&M. Like if I want that shell on something with paint, then I'll go to the airbrush. But outside of that, I don't use it that much anymore. Which is why I was even telling my wife that my red airbrush stopped working. I was like, it's a $40 airbrush or whatever. But a good airbrush is like usually about 130, roundabouts 130, 150, the Iwatas and all that. And I was like, but the only thing is I don't use it enough. I'm better off buying another $40 airbrush, like another cheap one, and just rocking and rolling with that. I prefer the airbrush. I'm not going to lie. In a lot of cases, I really do prefer my airbrush. Um, I'm not good enough with it to get the level of control some people get. Some people have this amazing control on their airbrush and everything. It's just a lot of practice, because I'm self-taught. I do a lot of stuff stupid. Not gonna lie, just is what it is. Other things I have to paint in the black though. This guy, this is a basilisk. This will go into the wife's collection. Hold on, let me do that with my hand so we can actually see detail on it. But a basilisk. I haven't made one of these for her. That's going to be pretty cool when I do it, I think. Like anybody that's a Harry Potter fan. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Now I'm getting focus. I think the lens has a harder time autofocusing when I have that one mode that I'm in up. But yeah, he's going to be. I think we can do something slick with him. I might even airbrush him. Also, oh, I had to hide this one on the back of the desk in case the wife walks in. This one I think I sliced live for you guys. This or cut the model in half or what have you. This is the Manipal or whatever. It's the Filipino vampire. She came out good. She's going to be real interesting when we go to paint her. You can see my handshake now. Yeah, I got see what I mean about how thin the cut is on her. So she fits together like a little glue. You won't even notice that she's two pieces instead of that big ass gap that's in Invincible. Oh, fair enough, David. Fair enough. But nah, even then, but like my wife said, as soon as I told her, I was like, yeah, David sent me a $25 gift card. She's like, he didn't have to do that. Like, kids need their money. I was like, yeah, you're not wrong. Then, of course, oh, we got to get him into black. The old Batman that laughs. And I'm still pissed that I snapped off. So fragile, so small. Oh, I'm not even in frame. So fragile, so small. I snapped off the other one right here. But he is going to be cool as shit. Even though he's mainly black, the Joker face on him is unreal. So I'm looking forward to doing this one. Hopefully, the little pieces it's in here, I can probably fix it. If it's not in this little thing, then it's lost. And I am not seeing it anywhere. So I'll have to redo the head another time. But he's going into the black. The base on this thing is heavy as hell, too. It's got all the skulls. So those are going to be fun to really get into. Little detail skulls. And then, of course, we got the Joker bust. I think I showed this one off before. Death of the Family, all the little detail, muscle features, and all that. I'll actually be whipping out the comic books so that I can see the detail on his face. And last but not least, we have good old Teddy Scare for the daughter-in-law. I got to do the Lord of the Rings one soon. Good old Teddy Scare. He's going to be a fun one. We'll have fun doing him. Yeah, Spaceballs 2. Shout out to Spaceballs 2. I checked my video after the fact, and I was all set for a copyright strike because I played that full trailer out. I didn't really talk over it, anything out. They didn't hit me. If anything, I think they're happy I was promoting the film. So, shout out to them. Shout out to Mel Brooks for not being a dick. A tiki, like a full on mask? You mean like life size, Eugene? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I think she's gonna love it too, Sheree. I do think the daughter-in-law the law will like that. And I'm not gonna lie, there's horror teddies. So there's a Freddy teddy, a Jason teddy, a Scream teddy, and It teddy. I'm going to be doing a whole line of teddy bears for her that are like horror icon ones. I got to find more stuff with Lord of the Rings for the boy. Like I got him the Balrog. I made him a Balrog. I made him. Let me see. There was the Balrog, the Witch King. I swear I did another one. I'll have to look. Yes, a full face mask is possible. Um, I'm not gonna lie. You wouldn't want it in resin because the resin would be resin's great for doing stuff like busts, figures, stuff like that. But when it comes to wearable stuff, like so, if you want like Master Chief's armor or you want an Iron Man suit that you can wear, stuff like that, almost like cosplay, you want to do it in either FDM, PLA, or ABS. And fortunately for you, I will message Sir Giggs, my chubby little buddy. Matter of fact, let me grab my tablet. I'll send him a message now. He is setting up a 3D print store, so you may be able to order something from him directly. Let me see. I send him a message. Yeah, I'll tell him to jump into the stream. Um, if he gets it, And just tell him, hey, brother, someone wants to talk to you about a 3D print stream because it's much lighter, it's much more durable. Um, I don't. I think he would just paint it out plain or print it out plain, and then you would either have to paint it or, we'd always do something where I paint it for you. I don't know. Have him hop in, see if he can mess with it. Yeah, I mean, even a half mask in resin, like when I'm telling you this thing right here, like this base, and you can see it's not super thick. Matter of fact, I'll use my cigarette as an idea, the butt of my cigarette. But all this and everything else, this thing weighs about a pound and a half. It's heavy. But yeah, Sir Giggs, he doesn't have the ventilation where he's at to do resin. So he's doing PLA and stuff like that. And he's actually opening a store. He was going to do like articulated figures, stuff like this. I mean, little things. And I told him I'd promote him or whatever. But yeah, something like somebody asked him about doing a full Halo suit. I'm not going to lie, that thing's going to cost like $500 for that dude because it's a lot of filament he's going to need to use. It's going to be a lot of time, a lot of sanding, a lot of getting everything into place right. Plus, you need it to fit the person, so you got to get measurements and know how to do that with your Blender software or whatever software he's using to manipulate it. So you're making it big enough for somebody to wear. You're probably going to print it in sections and glue it together, stuff like this. Then hit it with, not going to lie, automotive paint. So you get that nice sheen and shine to it. So we'll have to see. But yeah, I messaged him. Um, says delivered. He hasn't looked at the message yet though. But I figure, he might be able to help you out with that, Eugene, where I couldn't. Like I can do little things. Well, not little things. I mean, I can cut them down and do bigger things, but price versus what you're actually getting in a lot of cases, unless it's like a statue or something like this, it's not worth it. But 3D printing them on PLA FDM, it is because it's a much cheaper process. And again, it's lighter, so you can build cosplay pieces. I watched. There's actually, and shout out to her. Chick's name's Svetlana. Her and her husband. Her husband does all the 3D printing and stuff. She cuts everything out of the foam, the EV foam, and they do cosplay all the time. She's like real famous on the net. If you ever look up cosplayers, she makes all her own stuff. She fits it directly to you. She's actually really good with the tutorials and walking you through it and the whole 9 yards. And her husband, there was a sword. I don't know what it was for, but he cut this sword down into like 12 pieces and then 3D printed it in PLA, sanded it all down, sprayed it, everything, and then aligned it, glued it all together. And that thing was badass. Just total badass. Yeah. Well, like if you get like a super accurate cosplayer, there's some stuff. To be honest with you, that was one of the things I wanted to make like movie props originally. Like that's what I was thinking about doing. So, oh, by the way, I'm gonna make myself some airbrush cleaner here. And I do this every time I walk people through it, just in case they're watching for this end of things. But yeah, cosplayers like I wanted to do like Thor's hammer or the Infinity Gauntlet, Captain America's shield, stuff like this. The only thing is, shaky hands and precision are not exactly a GAM strong point. Or I should say steady hands. I got shaky hands. So, not a, plus what would I do with it after I made it? All right, so up to there, up to this line, I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but it's alcohol. And then the next part of the clean, it's actually, you need a detergent basically for the airbrush to clean out the paint. So the alcohol is going to soften it, but this is actually going to protect and clean out the airbrush. The next part is one little part, Windex. Don't spill this shit everywhere. Come on, shaky hands, work with me. Which is why it's blue tinted. But there you go. We got the Windex. Oh my God, my hands are so flipping bad today. And yeah, Sheree, you're right about the language thing. I'm even trying to behave myself a little bit more on streams. Just a little bit. Last part is going to be water. And you want to use the distilled water that you would put in a baby bottle. So we're going to top that off with water. And then, because it's an airbrush cleaner, secret ingredient that you want to lube your gun with is actually glycerin. And glycerin's a little bit on the more expensive side, but I've barely used a bottle. 1, 2, 3, 4 drops of it. That's it. Screw your cap on tight. And shake it like an angry mother with a crying baby. And yeah, that's it. That's airbrush cleaner right there. What's going on, Bubba? Good to see you, bud. Yeah, there you go. That's a good way of putting it, Stranded. Some of them are just nuts. Some of them are just weird. But some of them, like weird in a good way, though. Don't get it wrong. Um, some people just for one time or one day they want to be somebody that they idolize or they really like the character. Like, oh, this character's amazing, and they just want to be Captain America for a day, even though they have a gut. And some of them are really clever with their costumes too. Like it'll be like, who are you supposed to be? I'm Captain America, middle aged, and they'll have like their gut hanging out of the suit and like 5 o'clock shadow and just no muscle to them at all. Like, oh, well, at least you were clever with your setup and you understand yourself. Yeah, David speaks proper English. He speaks the King's English. He's always speaking the King's English. That's David. Never says any bad words. Never calls anybody a see you next Tuesday. You know, none of that vernacular. Nah. What is going on, Steve? My man on the street, Steve. Steve had told us about the guy taking shots with the ice closing in. I didn't realize that was all part of the the weed farm raid, Steve. I actually got to see the clip, and I saw what you mean when you said he's lucky he didn't accidentally hit one of his friends. That dude just turned around and just like started like blasting off while he's running, and like his friends like almost in front of him when he does it. I was like, oh my God, this is what Steve was talking about. Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, dang, the weed, and I didn't understand what the whole credence to the weed farm is because, well, spoiler alert, I had the stream muted and was just paying attention to chat. But what you guys were talking about the weed farm with the kids on it, that was crazy. Like, so for those that don't know, in California, ICE went into a marijuana farm and raided it because there was illegal criminals there, and They did get the guys they were going after, but what they found was a whole bunch of kids working the field. I think it was like 12 or 13 kids, right? And yeah, they found a PDF file there too. So yeah, craziness, craziness. I was like, God damn, this is what everybody's all on about with this thing. Yeah, Steve's like 3 days ahead with the news. That's what he's the man on the streets. Like when that guy was shooting the gun, Steve was on like running with them and filming them with his GoPro. Like Steve's no joke. Trump ordered that strike on Iran. Steve was hanging from the bottom of the plane and like rode the bomb to the ground and pulled a parachute right before it hit. Like, he was just like, I'm not getting blown up for this, but I'm definitely getting some good shots. And then, had a bungee cord hooked to his waist that was hooked to the bottom of the plane, and the plane flew him back home. Devin, how are you? Everybody give Devin some popcorn, please, so she can sit back and enjoy the show. Jesus, the comments are amazing. I'm not autistic, but I investigate like one. Yep. All right. Fair enough. All right. Yeah. Very cool. Very cool. And then of course Eugene. Steve, do you wear a beanie? Yeah, see, stranded. It's stuff like that. Oh, they arrested a U.S. guy and all. Well, he was overseeing a marijuana field, which goes against federal law to begin with. He was the security guard there, and he knew that there's these kids. Now, what's going to happen if these kids turn out that there's some of those missing kids? Remember, there's like what? I can't remember how many missing kids there were, like 30,000 or something that they couldn't locate, but they have record of. What if those 13 kids are like on that list? They're, man, you want to talk about a screw up. That's going to let them raid every weed farm going, yeah, we're just looking for kids. We're just looking for kids. Like, not good. Like, you're now giving them the excuse to go with overreach and go into things that, and this is the part that worries me. Sorry, guys, not to get off on a side tangent here. When I finish my cigarette, start mixing paint and get the airbrush running while my mouth's running. But what scares me here is that the whole point is that federal law supersedes state law. And states have been able to, so if they pass like marijuana reform laws, they legalize it recreationally, everything else. Technically, it's still federally illegal. The government hasn't messed with them, but now you're giving the government an excuse to go mess with them. And it's like, damn, they might, you, you're going to have states rebelling. Like people in states are going to start rebelling against the federal government if they overreach too far on this one. Just my opinion on it, just the tea leaves I'm reading, but I could definitely see it happening. Wow. So there you go. And the whole thing is, I trust Devin on stuff like that because Devin sits in the background. She'll say stuff here or there, but really, she sits in the back eating her popcorn and watching the chat 90% of the time. She just watches for what's going on. Like, if I want to know, why a mod suddenly got mysteriously disowned by the channel owner, Devin's going to tell me the whole story. Oh, yeah, this is what happened. Because she watches everything and you kind of forget she's there a lot of times. I never forget she's there. She's always, she's like Sauron. The eye is always watching you. I wasn't streaming all that long last night, Steve. I went for, I think we did almost 8 hours. Um, but we didn't start until midnight. Like I fired off on midnight East Coast time, and I told Smurf that I was going to go live at midnight, and Smurf thought I meant midnight his time. He's like, "Oh, I got an hour to waste," and then realized like, "Oh shit, did he mean his time?" And saw me in Discord and hopped in. But we only went for like 7.5 hours, I think, because my wife came in and gave me the wife kill stream signal. Like, you've been streaming for way too long. It's way too early in the morning. Get your ass to bed. Shut it down. Yes, dear. Remember, guys, you're married. Yes, dear is the correct answer. But the night before that, that was a much longer stream. Smurf and I streamed for, I think, 12 hours or something like that, from 8 at night till 8 in the morning. Yep, Stranded's right. 7:30 Eastern Standard. Yes, exactly. Oh, okay. That makes sense then. Yeah, because you came in, so it'd have been about 5 o'clock my time when you got in. If you came in at like 3. Yeah, well, the whole thing is when Smurf and I get to gaming, that's the thing. Matter of fact, the first stream that Smurf and I did together, we got done gaming, and then after I shut down the stream, Smurf and I talked for I think 2.5 hours afterwards. Just he and I just bullshitting on the mic. Um, yeah, like I said, Smurfs. I do the same thing with David. David and I will do the same thing. Hell, David's one of the only people that can be playing a different game from me, and I'll sit there and have conversations with. I hate that. If I'm gaming, like say I'm playing Fortnite and somebody's playing Call of Duty and they jump into my Xbox party, which is why I lock down my Xbox party and always appear offline. People will jump in and be like, I'm playing like Minecraft and da 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 da. And you're like, bro, I'm in the middle of something here. Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't care what's going on in your game. I'm playing a game, god damn it. Yeah, I mean, I'm waiting for Mister to jump in because I'm going to ask his opinion on something. But yeah, those streams they can be fun, especially when it's a new game that I haven't played before, and you guys get to see me get owned over and over again until I figure it out. That's going to be the fun one. So like Divers 2, I'll not know anything about the game going into it. I'm purposefully staying away from any kind of tutorial video, anything like that on it, because it's been out for a while for the PC, like I said. But I think it's a lot more fun if you guys see me like suck and then get better. I'm never going to be great, but I'm definitely going to get better. What's up, mister? All right, here's my opinion on something. First off, sorry I didn't say good night to you last night, but I didn't even know you logged out of the stream. But last night, I had said, I was talking about something about not being the perfect person, right? And I was like, we all make mistakes. None of us are perfect, except for Mister. But then again, maybe it's all the creatine. Would you have taken that as a joke or would you have been offended by it? I'm just curious. Like, would you have made a joke after that? Like, because I thought you were still in chat and there was just crickets. And I was like, I said that and it was a joke. And I was just like, he didn't respond. And then I had to look back up in the chat because of something that happened after, but I'll tell you what happened after. See, that's what I'm saying. Well, Beans got all offended on your behalf, and she was like, "That was real low." The whole creatine shot, and I was like, "It was a joke." I was like, I thought Mister was still in the chat, and I was saying it as a joke, and you probably would have responded with, "Well, yeah, you're technically right. The creatine does help my cognitive function, or something like that," and I would have been laughing on the mic. So I was like, "What the hell are you getting so upset for?" It was a joke. Yeah, I've definitely said far, far worse. Well, but the whole thing is, Mister, and I even said this, I think, last night. I was like, the whole thing with Mister is, I tease him, but he breaks my balls back, and that's why I like Mister. That's what guys do with each other. So don't get offended on his behalf. Yeah, I agree, Mister. Yeah, and that's why I didn't get like super offended by it. But I was just like, look, it was a joke, like I'm glad you're watching his back, but I thought he would I will say it directly to you. You guys know this. I'm going to say it directly to you if I'm going to say something like that. And I literally thought you were in the chat when I said it. So just clearing the air there and letting you know. I have no idea, Eugene. And yeah, Steve, 100% right. It's the same thing. I'm like that most times when I'm playing video games too. Like, bro, we're in the arcade and you're standing next to me, would you say that to my? It's the same way the guy was going off the other night about ABL, and I was disgusted by it because I'm like thinking to myself, like, yo, if ABL was standing, all 6'3" of ABL was standing in front of you, my guy, I don't think you'd be running your mouth to him like this. Just gonna let you know, I don't think you'd be talking the same smack that you're talking on your stream. So if you're gonna talk it and back it, that's one thing. But ABL would have ABL said it, I think, on his stream. It'd be like an adult beating a child, and I'll put you right through that damn wall. That's awesome, Mister. Good one. Retro, good to see you. Mister, you're awesome. Just gonna throw that out there. You are awesome. You're marvelous. I don't say that to everybody, but you're marvelous. Nah, Steve, you didn't miss anything. Just people repeatedly saying it. The thing is, and I posted it in the Discord, the guy unlisted his live stream because the stuff he was saying, I'm telling you now, that's the stuff that gets you ripped off YouTube, and not just ripped off YouTube, like your whole channel taken down. You're allowed to an opinion, but go about it in kind of a respectful manner. You can be mad about stuff. You can call people things, all that. But in my eye, like the way I saw it, you have the freedom to say whatever you want, but that's some stuff that YouTube will consider you crossing a line, which is why I think he realized it and unlisted his live. That's a good way of putting it. He was Dollar General Nick Fuentes. That's a good call. Oh, that's cool, Retro. Yeah, Portia Ray got a workout last night. That is the big story there. Is Portia Ray. Like, I was happy I did the gaming stream with Smurf because Sheree could come in there, laugh, and decompress. But it was, yeah, it was kind of a crap show last night. What's up, Forever? Good to see you, man. Make sure you guys smash the like buttons too, please. Definitely help a brother out. Help a po white boy out. Um, I'm definitely, like I said, slow growth. But what did you set our goal at, Sheree? We need to get to like 100 subs by Christmas or something. That's where you think we're going to be at. Actually, being the only sober one in the party can be fun, retro, but you've got to learn to play play games. Like, betting, even if it's just with yourself, who's going to puke first, who's going to cry about a requited love, who's going to be the one that starts a fist fight. You got to do fun things like that. Keep yourself sane. All right, let's get the extender going. Damn, my hands are bad tonight. I don't know why they're so bad, but they're bad. Yeah, I mean, calling somebody gay is fine, you know. Yes, well, Deb and I said the same thing. I said the shame of it is if he hadn't gone about it, that dude hadn't gone about it the way he did, like a high school kid. You know, everybody go raid the stream and all that kind of stuff. If he had just had a conversation, I would have been on his side in the argument. Not gonna lie. But once you start saying some of the stuff he was saying, you know, he basically called ABL a token, stuff like this, and that's why people watch him. Like, I don't know, it. There was too many racist undertones to it, I guess, with the way he was saying stuff. You know, you can disagree and still have decorum when you're disagreeing. And for me, it was too much, way too much. It was like, bro, I'm right there with you. I think the whole thing's bunk. I think, you know, there is a cover up, and now there's a whole infight, and they have the Streisand effect going. The less you want to talk about it, the more people are getting interested, and people that normally wouldn't be interested in this sort of thing are getting hardcore interested. Who is Family Dollar David Hawk? Yeah, and that's just it. I have points on the Epstein stuff too. Like, that's why my logical take is what my logical take is. And honestly, it's starting to become a consensus, my woo woo theory on him. And it's not my woo woo theory. Apparently, it's everybody. Everybody came to the same goddamn conclusion because it seems to be obvious. A guy tried to tell you you're not married and was being disrespectful, but at the bar. Yeah, that's part of the problem, Steve. I think you called it out right. Where I went and read that because you had said something to me last night about Trump getting ratioed on truth or whatever, and I actually read his full post. And if you only read a couple lines out of it and didn't read the full thing, you don't understand why he's getting ratioed as hard as he is. Because you can't just go blame your political rivals for all the stuff that's wrong. Megyn Kelly, I think, has a very good take on the whole situation, as does Tucker Carlson. The dollar store is called Poundland in the UK. That's fucking fantastic. Yeah, and you're not wrong. Look, hey, look, you can be telling the truth and still be a screwed up person. You know, like, it doesn't mean what you said is any less you know, isn't true. It just means you're a bad messenger for telling the truth, you know? I'm not even saying like I'm not inscrutable, but I try to tell you guys fair, balanced, and what I'm seeing, and you guys disagree with me sometimes. I've had Devin yell at me, you know, but we have a disagreement about it, and she might bring up a point, and I'll go, you know what? I didn't think about it like that. It's all about having somebody challenge your point, have somebody shoot holes in it. And that's the problem, is a lot of people want to be right more than they want to be, or think they're right more than actually logically think things through. Yeah, yeah, all the meetings with BB, stuff like that. Yep. Yeah, I did see something about that too, Steve. Epstein definitely, well, the big one, the biggest one with Epstein, and he served under Trump in some administration position, But what's the guy's name? It's like Alex something, Alejandro or some shit like this. And he basically cut Epstein a sweetheart deal under George W. Bush and like cut him free. And when they asked him why he's cutting a sweetheart deal, he's like, because he's intelligence. And nobody's deposed him yet. They haven't pulled him in front of a special counsel. Nothing like, yo, tell us what you mean by this. Breaking points. Some stuff I like, some stuff I can. Well, that's everything though. Some stuff I like, some stuff I'm like, your take's kind of crap. You're gonna call it Pound Town? Jesus Christ! People are gonna think you need to set that one up in Amsterdam, there, Mister, right in the red light district. Not gonna lie, that would be a good name for one of those places. Well, that's just it, Steve. Yeah, I went through because I think it was shout out to him, Duke Raoul, who isn't here right now. And I don't. Hey, I hope he's everything's well with him and everything. I haven't heard from him in a minute, but I went over to X because he said, "Yeah, you need to check out his X." I think Steve, you had said you need to check out his X over the whole Trackstar thing, and I read through his X, and I'm like, "Yo, if you were saying stuff like this on your show, you would bleed your viewers out immediately. Like if this is the stuff you're putting on X is how you truly feel, and you're kind of like dodging it on your show, but you know, if this is why I don't have an X account because if I did, everything I say on the show would be redundant. You know, like I would be saying the same thing on X as I do on the show. Yeah, JP Morgan did pay millions to the victims. Let's see. We got sputter. Not liking that. I'm going to need to dial down the air a little. Or dial up the air a little, rather. There we go. But yeah, some of the stuff, some of those hot takes he has, I'm reading them. Like he had one white take about when he was in California, and he didn't bring this up on the show, but he's like, yeah, when I'm in Atlanta, the only white women that look at me are old ladies. And out here in California, all the white women are looking at me like crazy. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Like, really? Well, I mean, even if he's in other streams and he's mad at me for whatever, I'm still going to shout him out because he's a good guy as far as I'm concerned. He can be in another stream talking smack on me. I don't care. I still, thank you for your service, Duke, and you're a good dude. That's where I land on Duke. He was a good dude when he was here. So I'm not gonna I'm not gonna besmirch his name. I'm just gonna say, hey, cool. Thanks for checking me out for as long as you did. Yeah, definitely funny. Definitely funny. So everything going on. Because how do you go on X, say one thing, and then on your show dodge it? I don't understand. And I shouldn't even be saying stuff like this because I don't want to take the piss out of anybody. Like, not at that extent when they're not here to defend themselves. I'm just saying, it's just something I observed too, Steve. I'm agreeing with you. Actually, I got the mix down, and this airbrush is firing through nice. I shouldn't have said that. I just jinxed the whole goddamn thing. We're actually getting decent coating right off the rip, which is a surprise to me. Normally, this stuff, I jam the airbrush immediately, and then it's a whole bunch of, well, let's hit that again. Let's redo this. The only thing is, I don't know with the new microphone how loud the air compressor is on stream. So sorry about that, guys, if it's really, really loud. Actually, my shaky hand makes airbrushing a little bit easier. Trying not to overload the paint either in this. What is going on, E-Rock? Great to see you. Make sure you guys are smashing the like. And yeah, last night though, with all the trolls and stuff, that didn't bother me all that much. It was annoying. It didn't bother me. What bothered me was when they hit the slowdown mode. Now I understood that you hit the slowdown mode so that Sheree, and thankfully there was other mods. It wasn't just poor Sheree by herself last night. But once you cleared out all those trolls, he didn't take it back out of slow mode. So like Steve said something to me. I said something back to Steve, and then Devin said something to me, and I had to wait like almost a full minute before I was able to say another thing. Like answered what Devin had said to me, and by then two other people had said so. I was like, you know what? I can't take this slow mode. I'm the hell out. I'm out of here. Sorry, guys. Bounced. You didn't. Oh, super shit. Yeah. Yeah, don't spoil anything because I saw it, but not everybody has. Did you enjoy the movie? I'll ask you that first, Sir Giggs. Did you enjoy the movie? I enjoyed it. I actually liked it. I didn't think it was terrible. My wife, I think, summed it up best. Superman was the weakest part in the Superman movie, but outside of that, it was still a good film. Like, it was a fun popcorn flick for me. Yeah, you got the eh. So, Sir Giggs, Eugene, because I know I told you this on Facebook or what have you, that I would support your business that you want to start up. And Eugene wants a tiki mask that he can wear. And I told him I can't do that. And if I did it in resin, it would be way too heavy, too fragile, everything else. But I explained to him that since you're doing stuff in PLA or FDM or what have you, that's what you want to do for the mask. So, you and Eugene have a conversation. But just to give you that heads up, like I said, I'm going to support you any way I can, CLB, like I always have our entire professional careers, really. You've always supported me, too. I never would have gotten to GameStop without you. You hadn't called in a favor, I guess you could say. You got me right through interviews that people were waiting months for, so I'll never forget you. You'll always be my first assistant, and you are my brother. So if you can help Eugene out, who's a good dude, you know. Popcorn flicks great again. Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at with stuff too. The best part of the Superman movie to me though wasn't some underlying message. Lois Lane wasn't the star of the movie and saving Superman at every turn, stuff like that. Like it wasn't like there was a girl boss that was way, way overpowered or anything. Matter of fact, Superman kind of mushes her by her face, the one girl boss that's in there. He kind of beats her faster than everybody else. But yeah, like it wasn't woke at all. And for me, that was a big win because that's been the problem with superhero movies. They've gone super woke. And when you start doing that, you kind of lose the heart of the matter. Let me hit this thing with airbrush cleaner and reload it. We are the world. We are the children. Oh, shit. Completely forgot to hit it. I know it's going to sound funny when I say it, but a dump. I need a dump cup. That's a cup you have to use when you're getting ready for your colonoscopy. It's a dump cup. Get this excess crap out of here. Am I echoing? Yeah, you're 100% right, mister. You are 100% right on that. No politics in them. Well, actually, I guess you can say The Rock kind of had politics in it because it was more about like the whole reason why they even took over the Rock was because of guys that went on covert missions that were getting killed, and they wanted recognition for their families from the government that was disavowing any knowledge of what happened to them. Yeah, so sniper's going to get his ass. Okay, I'm not echoing. Good. Um, because I know CLB can't watch the stream. Eugene said, Sir Giggs, I'm looking for a good tiki mask. I don't know what the possibilities are with 3D printing or getting a custom design. Um, and, well, of course, you can see what Sir Giggs said back. Discord. Wait, am I broadcasting across Discord too? I should set up dual streams. I'm going to have to look into that. I always say I'm going to look into it and then either half-ass it or go, you know what, Smurf's on. I'm going to play some Valheim. Which we will play other stuff other than Valheim. Guys, I've started every one of those gaming streams off with Marvel Rivals. The new season dropped. I have not been on Marvel Rivals to even check it out. I haven't even bought the Battle Pass yet, so I don't know how good or bad it is. No clue at all. Damn, getting in them crevices. Oh, you're going to send over a message on Discord Retro? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, we got the whole voice thing on there, so you can send in something if you wanted to say a message or something like this. Because unfortunately, I honestly have been kind of tuned out from the news. There's like little interesting things. That's why I kind of entitled this one like any news, because I'm not seeing much. Like you had the California farm, but outside of that, we already discussed it. That's like a 2 minute topic. Like, oh yeah, there's this California farm, this happened. The weed farm or whatever with the bust. But it's everybody it's all about people being in uproar about Epstein lately, which is weird because I think the Senate announced that they're releasing a report on Trump's first assassination attempt. And I have not even seen that in the front of the news or anything else. And I have no idea what's going on with it. I haven't seen the report to read. So I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Like everybody's just more worried about, like I said, Streisand effect with Epstein. His base is pissed off. Just your average Joe Schmuckatelli's pissed off. Like, yeah, what do you mean? The corrupt basically, and as long as they got money, they're getting away with it. Uh, bu- You're going to design one personally as for your music. Okay, cool. Oh, you guys started playing the original Dead Island. I didn't like Dead Island 2, but the first Dead Island, when that came out, I really liked it. As a matter of fact, there's a part in that game, Erock, where you're going to get a sword. You're going to take somebody out and you get a katana from them, right? And it unlocks an achievement called Zed's Dead Baby, or I think it's called. And it's from Pulp Fiction, like a reference to Pulp Fiction, because of Bruce Willis. When Bruce Willis saves Marcellus Wallace, and he gets out to the car, or whatever, and his girlfriend, wife, whatever she is just like, how'd everything go with Zed? And he's like, Zed's dead, baby. Lord, all those little notches I got to get into with this damn airbrush. What a pain in the ass. Very detailed base, but pain in the ass getting in on all the little cracks between the skulls, the eye sockets, everything else. Try and get that nice rich black in there. I didn't like Dead Island Riptide either. Yeah, you think so, mister? You think they're just slowing down? I mean, I agree with you to an extent. But the whole my part of my thing is they went after Trump for like everything, right? How come they're not like banging him around for this Epstein stuff? Like something's weird there, something not good. Um, but like I figured the mainstream news would roast Trump over suggesting that it was Comey and Brennan and all this other stuff. Like CNN or MSNBC at the very least would rip him for it. Yay! I think it finally jammed. I'm not getting paint through. Might have to. Come on. All right. Let me see if I can't bubble it back. Finally, I knew this was going to happen. Good to know I'm not nuts. Make sure I'm getting bubble back. Yeah, I'm getting bubble back, but not enough through the brush. Gotta go a little bit lighter. I might actually add more water and thin out the paint too. A little bit. Let me clean this. Dems are demanding the release of the files now. That would sadden me deeply if they are setting Trump up. Yeah. Yep. But here's the whole thing: if they know he's not going to release them, then they're just bluffing, basically. Because I have this weird feeling that the moment they release those files, and I don't know this is fact, but I'm going to say from everything I've ever observed from presidents and stuff, Bill Clinton is going to be knee deep in whatever kind of crap is there, like whatever's going on. It's going to be like bad for Bill Clinton for the most part, like really, really bad. I just have that feeling. Call me kooky. I just think track records kind of speak for themselves. I don't know if I want to be hitting this the way I'm hitting it because I'm hitting it with airbrush cleaner in there. But there's so much pigment left in the actual brush, I don't want to waste it either. See if that dries correctly or not. Kind of cheating the system here, guys. Oh, God. So bad, in fact, it's like spilling out. All right, let me dump. See, it looks like it's taking it. It just takes it an extra little bit to dry. But that airbrush cleaner is good for that. All right, get that one aside. Start getting to your butt. Let's paint your butt. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that, Retro. Um, I don't do thoughts and prayers, but you know, best wishes, and I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry for your loss. That sucks. Happens to all of us eventually, but yeah, I'm sorry you have to go through that. And shout out to him and his family. But that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear it. Too much paint there. Pull that off real quick. All right, good. Nice. Stranded went like full bore, like quote for quote with that whole scene. Very nice. Stranded. Yeah, Pulp Fiction when it came out, I wasn't a huge fan. Um, it took me a little while before I was like, yeah, you know what? That actually was a good movie. Like a really good movie, but everybody went kind of nuts for it when it first came out. And I think that's why. I was like, yeah, it was cool, but it could have been better. Yeah, I mean, well, hey, look, I want an explanation as to the drop ball with the Secret Service myself when it came to that attempt in Butler, because that's a lot of failure. If we're being honest, it doesn't matter if you like the guy or not. Something wasn't quite right with that. Like you have to really, really screw up. Now maybe it was just incompetence, but I don't know. To me, that whole event was strange. And I'm not going to lie, a little bit. I was kind of pissed when people were talking about, oh, well, he paid a guy to shoot at him or whatever. And it's all like, no, dude, nobody, I don't care how good of, how skilled of a shot you are. If I know 110%, you're not going to hit me with the bullet. You're just going to wing my ear even. I'm not letting you take that shot at me. You've lost your mind. What's up, Bob? Yeah, well, that's one of those things. Like, I don't know. My favorite Quentin Tarantino movie is Kill Bill 1 and 2 and combined, like watching them all in one go. Like, those, that's my favorite of the Quentin Tarantinos is Kill Bill. I saw the new Jurassic World. It was, it was super disappointing. I'm just going to leave it at that. In my opinion, I'm still not going to spoil it. I think even little Leo saw it. Oh, wait, guys, make sure you smash and like. Um, Yeah, exactly. Like it might not have been something like it might not have been very nefarious from the Secret Service agents. It could have been something like that. Like they sent rookies to cover his detail, you know. Or it could have been like, hey, you know what? If he gets shot, he gets shot. We don't really care. You don't like Tarantino in his movies? I don't like him as a person. I do really like his films. And the only reason I think I like his films is because it's something completely different than everybody else is giving us. It's the same way, God, what's his name? Is it Edgar Wright? Is that the guy's name? Who did Baby Driver? He's done a couple movies. I like his films. I like Guillermo del Toro. For like heart, like Pan's Labyrinth is visually stunning, and knowing that it's all practical effects, not CGI, is amazing. Like on the actual monster makeup. Rob Zombie pisses me off as a filmmaker. I think he comes up with some clever things sometimes, but looking at everything on a whole, some of the stuff he does, I'm just like it's amateurish, I guess the best way. Kevin Smith can still tell a pretty good story, but he is definitely not the Kevin Smith of Clerks and Dogma and Mallrats, like of the old days. Chasing Amy, even his stuff nowadays is more like schlocky, I guess. Yes, there you go. Edgar Wright did Baby Driver, Shaun of the Dead, Hot Fuzz. What was the other one? It's End of the World. I want to say it's called, where it's Simon Pegg and the other dude, and they go on the bar crawl over in the UK. And like Edgar Wright, I like the way he writes. I like how everything lines up and all that. But Baby Driver, in particular, I like that movie because of the way he used the music in it. I'm not gonna lie. Everything plays directly to the music if you're paying attention when Baby's driving. Yeah, Quentin Tarantino does definitely pull out some tracks that are like older and everything else. Reservoir Dogs, like I remember listening to that soundtrack over and over again, and like Hooked on a Feeling, Stuck in the Middle with You. Everybody remembers the ear cutting scene with Stuck in the Middle with You. Like, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Yeah, mister. Yeah, you're right. But you know, the sad part is she wasn't a lesbian, but you know that movie is actually about Joey Lauren Adams, right? Kevin Smith was dating her and couldn't handle the fact that she had a past. And that's where the whole concept of that movie comes from. And he basically like they don't hate each other, they're friends, but he lost this girl that he really loved because he couldn't face the fact that she was with other guys and she had a past. I like certain stuff in Wes Anderson films. It's kind of like the Coen brothers. For me, it's either like Oh Brother, Where Out Art Thou, and Coen brothers films. I really like that, right? But then he'll do something like The Life Aquatic. There's certain parts in the movie I like in Life Aquatic, and then there's other parts I'm just like, yeah, this movie's kind of fucking boring, to be honest with you. Wes Anderson did what? Royal Tenenbaums. Um, he did something else, but like they're all right. They're different, but they almost feel artsy to be artsy, if that makes sense. Like higher brow humor in a lot of cases that is cool and you can get it and you understand it, but it doesn't land the same as Bill Murray and like Ghostbusters going, is this true? Yes, it's true. This man has no penis. You know, sometimes you just got to go for you just got to go for the low hanging fruit. No pun intended. Yeah, and there you go, Mister. Like pretty much, you get the same feeling, same character, same setups, even if they're different environments. But yeah, it kind of plays out the same way every time. You love Life Aquatic. Yeah, like there's stuff in there that I really liked, but I don't know, it just didn't land for me. Like it's not like I hated the movie or thought it was trash. Because trust me, there's a lot of movies I think are trash. It wasn't it didn't hit me the same way it does other people. I've seen people same thing with Cohen brothers films. Like they'll be like, "Oh, you got to see this movie. You got to see that movie," and then I'll watch it, and I'm like, "It was okay. All right, yeah, it wasn't bad." Yeah, I remember you saying something about that, Bob. But yes, everybody has a past. One of the best advice, I swear to God. So I was probably about 16 at this time, and I was working in the bar, and my boss, Mr. B, smoking a cigar. I'll never forget. I'm having a conversation with him, and he's like, "Hey, that's a nice girl that you brought in the other night here, there, Gam. I'm like, yeah, she's cool and all that, but she's kind of a whore, right?" And he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! You called her a whore?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "You better check yourself." I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "You know who the biggest whore I know is? Me. You know who the biggest whore you know is? You. Don't you ever call a woman a whore. They can be promiscuous, all this other stuff, but everybody is all about that when they're your age. Everybody is a whore when they're your age, for the most part. What do you want? Some church going girl? You wouldn't want nothing to do with her." And like the more I thought about his words, I'm like, yeah, you know what? He's right. Why am I calling a woman a slut? Why am I calling her a whore? When honestly, I'm the biggest slut I know. I'm the biggest whore I know. It's like hypocrisy at its umpteenth. So it was like that's when I started accepting like a lot more things. It's like, well, yeah, I guess like I'm no saint. I'm no saint. I can't judge people by their, if you hold everybody accountable for their past, and I have to hold myself to that standard, I'm screwed. I'm not gonna lie. I had one hell of a past, you know, to a point where my mom even said it the other day. She's making fun of me for it because my mom even knew I had a past. But that's not who I am now. But I can't hold myself. It's the same way of saying, like, I watched this film from 1930 and some of the politics in it and everything else. Yeah, it was like super misogynistic, super racist, super this, super that. It was the 1930s. They had a different set of values than we do now. Yeah, I really like Django. Django was awesome. Um, Django was awesome. Hateful Eight, I actually really enjoyed too, because it was more who can you trust, who can you not trust. It was that kind of level of intrigue. Like you're waiting for each one of them, and they were all rotten at the end of the movie. So I thought that was great. Um, Inglorious Bastards, I like. That was that alt history where like but there is definitely scenes in that movie that still resonate with me. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, there's a couple scenes in it that I like, but for the whole of the movie, I was just kind of with it. Hey, Smurf, how's it going, buddy? I was saying nice things about you earlier. I would never say them to your face, but I said it on the stream. Yeah, Mister. Yeah, there you go. That's a good call. Like he definitely. So that's one of those things. Some people know how to, like, this has to be filmed a certain way or watched a certain way. I said that about that movie Avatar with the blue monkey people on Pandora. Watching it at home, it is crap. But I remember watching it in the movie theater in 3D and everything else, and I felt like I was part of that world, like I was walking around on the planet with them. It had a whole different feel to it. So sometimes you do have to watch something in IMAX to get the full scope of it and take it in. Sometimes you got to watch it shot in a certain way on, like you said, 70 millimeter to get the actual cinematography in the background and stuff like that. There's movies like that, and Quentin Tarantino, he does do stuff like that. Thank you for Sheree for the shout out to Eugene again. I'm on hand. Don't shake too much, damn it. Little in here. Overload. New paper towel. And yeah, Bob, exactly. 600 women on the ship. You try to sleep with every last one of them. Exactly. So who am I to pass that kind of judgment on a female for doing the same damn thing I would do as a guy? You know, like now I'm older. I don't care about any of that crap. It's like, but when I was younger, that shit was important, right? It's just changing priorities as you get older. And unfortunately, you can't take stuff back. I don't know if you guys saw it. There was this sheriff. I want to say he was from Texas. Could have been like Tennessee or it was somewhere down south, definitely. But he did this press conference because they caught this transgender woman, right? So a dude. And like, I guess, guy took her home from the bar or something like this and she robbed him and everything. And they caught him and they did a I guess it was a serial thing. And like, it was an ugly, ugly woman. And he was like, what did he called her something? I call her a Rolex woman. And like somebody in the press asked him, what do you mean by a Rolex woman? He goes, that's where you got a nice shiny, you wake up, you go to the bar, you pick this woman up, and then, you're all hammered. You wake up the next day and she's laying on your arm and you have a nice shiny Rolex on your wrist. And you end up gnawing through your own arm to leave it behind with the Rolex to get away from her. I was like, dead laughing. He's like, she's that ugly. And it was just hysterical. I don't know what it was that tickled my fancy about it, but it was funny. I don't remember a movie with Gene Simmons. I don't know that movie. I honestly have never seen that, E Rock. It's a new one to me. It's definitely a new one. Only the strong survive. I've seen Van Damme's first movie, though, which always cracks me up. That was No Retreat, No Surrender. That movie has me in hysterics every time I see it because Van Damme plays like an evil Russian in it, and it's all like kind of like a kickboxing tournament thing. Yeah, I do remember Vanilla Ice is cold as ice. He was riding a motorcycle, right? Nick? So there, if you look, Eugene, I don't know how powerful your PC is or anything else. If you're using that where you're using your phone or whatever, but there's actual AIs that you can download and use offline that can do full motion video and stuff. Tom Selleck, Robot Spiders. Old saying, she's a 10 at 4 and a 4 at 10. Oh my God. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button and subscribing. I've never heard that one, Bubs. I've never heard that one, but that one's great. 8 millimeter with Nicolas Cage. I saw that in the theater when it had come out, and I didn't walk out of it, but that's one of those ones that I was like, yeah, this movie's a little bit too much for me. With the big, I want to say that didn't the guy have like because that one's about a snuff film, and didn't one the like guy who was the star of the film or something, didn't he have, I want to say, like Down syndrome or something? Like he was special needs in some way, shape, or form. And it was really the producer that was putting it all together and all that kind of stuff. Runaway with Gene Simmons and Tom Selleck. Okay. Now I guess I'm going to have to see that damn movie because I've never seen that before. Was it even worth watching, or is it like a so bad it's good movie? Yeah, that's it. There you go. The Machine. Yes. Yes, you're right, mister. 110%. That's exactly what the guy's name was in the movie, too. The Machine. I think, wait, was it? Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, I'm pretty damn sure you're right about that. It was The Machine. I haven't seen it since I saw it in the theater. I watched it one time. That was enough. I didn't want to see it again. There's definitely movies that I've seen once, and that was enough. I saw one not long ago called Mother with Jennifer Lawrence in it. I was like, yeah, that's. I'll never watch this thing again. Wreck for a Dream, I actually watched a couple times, but that one's a rough one too. It's just, it's the best movie you'll never want to see again. Oh, okay. Yeah, Eugene. For me, it taxes out my laptop's not top of the line, but right in the middle, and the AI will tap out my GPU like crazy. So yeah, if you've got like lower end stuff, it's going to be rough. It was it the same actor? Well, Mister, I'm going to take your word for it, but that's cool. That's some good trivia right there. Only the Strong, yes. Only the Strong, isn't that the one where they do capoeira? He's teaching the kids capoeira. I think that's, and he has to fight the guy at the end, and the guy's like, I grew up in one of the worst Lombario, yeah, I think it's Lombario, barrios in Brazil or whatever. And like, he's got to fight the one kid's brother. Yeah, he was also in Double Dragon. That dude is in a ton of stuff. Ton of old action movies, like B rank action movies that were either straight to video or HBO late night. Yeah, that's right. Stranded, and she hires Nicolas Cage to track it down. Right. Fair enough. Stranded. Fair enough. So only it was a gay Dangerous Minds. It was a fun movie. Like I like stupid movies like that sometimes. You know, HBO used to do them. There was a class in 1999, I want to say, where they replaced the teachers with like androids, and it was actually like that was a fun movie. There's like a school of delinquents, and they replaced the teachers with these lifelike androids. And that crap was like 90s cinema. Hardcore with George C. Scott. I've never seen that. Never seen that one. George C. Scott though was an amazing actor. Really, really was. I think he's dead. He should be dead. He's old as shit. I mean, with George C. Scott, nothing's ever going to beat him playing Patton for me. Like, if I'm being real with shit, I must have watched that speech like every day until I got my first store manager's position. I would watch it, just put on the scene where he's giving the speech in the beginning of the film. Great movie. What's up next, Patton? I'm headed I'm going all the way to Berlin to hang that or kill that paper hanging son of a bitch. Shoot him right in his ass. HBO's strapped. HBO had one called American Pimp. That's how everybody knows who Mr. White Folks is. That was narrated by, I want to say, Ice T for some reason. Yeah, HBO's had some good stuff over the years. Um, I do this thing where, well, not anymore, but I used to do this thing when Game of Thrones would come on. We'd get HBO for 2 months or whatever, cancel it as soon as Game of Thrones was done, but then I would watch everything that HBO had to offer. And I would always watch The Wire, Deadwood. I'm trying to remember. There was two or three other series that I would just grind through the whole series on HBO. But Deadwood was always one of my favorites that HBO did. I was pissed off because up until the movie, we didn't have a clear ending to the story. And the movie actually gives you the ending to the story for the most part. Yeah, Deadwood, it's really Ian McShane that makes Deadwood what it is. Like, Swearingen is definitely, that was kind of the guy I worked for when I was 14. That's Mr. B right there in a nutshell. Like, he was pretty much Swearingen. Yes, I watched. Yes, Leo, I did. I watched Wolverine and Deadpool when it came out, and I actually went to the movie. That was the last movie the wife and I saw in the theater was Deadpool Wolverine. I loved it. I actually really did. I thought it was great. I thought it was hilarious. I was shocked at how good it was. I think that probably was the last great superhero movie. Like Superman's all right, the new one. It was okay. It was fun. It was popcorn flick. If you think about it a lot, you're gonna find holes in it. But I think Deadpool Wolverine was a lot of fun. Oh, the new Dexter came out. Is it like okay? So just full disclosure, Mister, my son was hardcore into Dexter, so we have all the dang books, right? And the ending of the show, my son even told me this. He's like, yeah, watch the show. When they get past the season with John Lithgow, that's when everything kind of goes downhill. And he wasn't wrong. Like I hated the ending to Dexter. It's like I'm going to become a lumberjack. Like what? Like I didn't. That was something I did not see coming. But yeah, if the new, I'll have to check it out. If you're saying it's good, like, is it on par with original first couple seasons of Dexter? Because the later seasons, like I said, they were so. But I haven't heard anybody review that at all. Now that I'm thinking about it, so you're the first one to say something to me about it, and I didn't even know that they had revived the show. I don't even know what streaming service it's on. Nothing. I'll have to look into it. But I'm guessing is it Showtime? Yes. And oh God, what is it? Lady Deadpool was played by Blake Lively, his wife. Yeah, very true. Very good call out, Stranded. Yeah, it's Sopranos. Sopranos was okay. I There were certain things I liked, like when they brought Furio in. I think that's the character's name. I always liked Furio, but there was stuff in that show that was kind of spot from people I knew, and then there was stuff in that show that was like just hot garbage. Like for one, the whole fact that Tony Soprano was actually going and talking to a shrink. That always bothered me because I'm like, yeah, no, nobody in that life would talk about it with anybody outside of that life. Like for something like that, it's a lot like Breaking Bad. If you didn't have Saul Goodman as their lawyer and you just had a regular lawyer, it would be a lot of trouble. You needed a criminal lawyer, not a criminal lawyer. Dude, I got three, Smurf. Yeah, so we had three pickups today. I didn't know where they came from. That's awesome, dude. If that was you, good shit. Thank you. Yeah, we had a matter of fact, I said it at the beginning of the show, I was like, I don't know if it's the what you call it, gaming streams or what have you. That's when I was talking nice about you. Now you're here, I can't say things like that. Yeah, I mean, right now I think Sheree has our goal set at trying to get to 100 subs by Christmas. And it feels like it's an obtainable goal. Um, like I said, I know I'm going to piss different people off when they watch. I know sometimes I suck on the mic. So, stuff like this, I'm not playing the game you want to see, whatever. Painting something you don't care about. Definitely going to piss people off along the way, I think. That happens. That happens, but I can only, I'm not going to BS you guys either. And like, try and put on a happy face and an act and everything, trying to drive subs. I think that's disingenuous, and I would kind of be, I don't want to grift. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly, Stranded. I've seen guys get their head knocked around for saying just mentioning the wrong thing, so to speak. Um, you know, with certain people around them. Like, yo, you don't know who's listening. What the hell are you saying? Whack. Like a good punch in the mouth. Which, you figure it would have drawn attention, but it was more like, oh, yeah, everybody shut up. You know, this guy's mad. Like Big Jimmy's mad. Don't 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 antagonize this situation. Just be glad he's not hitting you. Wise guy from the '80s. Wasn't that God? Who was in that? I haven't seen that in a long time. He had Crime Story too back then. That was pretty good, if I remember correct. There's a show called Wise Guy. I mean, I'm not going to lie to you guys at all. The best mob depiction I've ever seen in a movie, and the closest from what I know, was Goodfellas. It was the closest. It was a little over the top in parts, but some of the respect aspects of it and the way they're kind of traditional with the family, everything, that's more the kind of stuff I knew. Like respectful and all this and earning people's respect. Another good one was Bronx Tale. That one was the way Sonny acted in that movie in particular. That was more in line with people that I had met on my misadventures, allegedly. I could believe that, Steve. Dude, E-Rock, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Like, matter of fact, you weren't there for the gaming stream last night, and trust me, when we're doing that gaming stream and I'm talking, my mouth just wags, my tongue wags. Like I'm talking the whole time. Matter of fact, I do it. I do. I've been doing so much damn streaming. I forget what I say a lot of times. So if I repeat myself, I'm sorry, guys. And then if a new audience, somebody who's normally here, and then I got to repeat it or whatever, thanks for tolerating that. But just to keep people up to date with what we're talking about or whatever. But I even said this the other night that it was I was happy when we got you to like tune in and watch, and I was like, it's funny because the only reason why E Rock and I even started talking was because he knew the lyrics to Country Roads. I was like, and that's an awesome pickup. I'm happy we picked him up because he fits right in. But if my subscriber base, I've said this too, if my subscriber base builds real slow, I'm okay with it as long as we're getting quality people. If we get a bunch of crappy people in here and I'm just eating subs, like it's going to annoy the people who are actually been here since the beginning because everybody kind of wants to hang out with decent people. And Smurf actually said to me offline, he was like, "Yeah, man, you've got an amazing community," and I agree with him. Like we got a great group of people that you know everybody gets along, everybody interacts, everybody has fun. Disagreements happen, they get resolved respectfully, and we all move on and keep doing our thing. What do you mean you've got to go, Bob? No, honestly, I'm super happy you're here. Actually, I'm not gonna lie at all. Um, I actually like hearing because you've got stories from a time before, not just before me, but you had a completely different life experience from me. So I like hearing your stories too. Like I'm happy you're here, and trust me, everybody's happy you're here. To be honest with you, I do think we have an amazing group of people that we all share pretty much a common value, and we all love our country. We respect a lot of the same things. We're not so like minded that it becomes an echo chamber. We're different enough in that respect. I got my crap brush so I can scrape this out a little. Okay, as long as you're kidding, Bob. Just making sure that you're definitely part of the team, buddy. Definitely part of the team. Part of the merry band of misfits, so to speak. We're glad because you're a misfit that fits. God damn it. Take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, Mountain Mama, take me home. Country roads. I know I couldn't understand when E-Rock said it too in the chat because that was ABL's chat or whatever. He said he put that in and nobody followed through on it. And I was like, really? You guys are just going to leave country roads hanging out there like that? That's messed up. Like, I'm pretty sure by law you're supposed to follow through. All right, let me clean this out real quick. I got pigment jammed in the needle. I can tell you who doesn't sing that song, and that's me. I'm going to let the person who's singing it keep singing it. Never said I was. I'm going to my default sentence of when it comes to music, I am terrible. Terrible. I'm terrible. Yeah, it was John Denver. There you go. I was going to say, I'm not even going to. I was thinking to myself, like, I don't even need to prompt Sheree. She's just going to fire that bad boy off. How do I find the Discord? There you are, buddy. Jam this hairbrush real quick. Yeah, Boomhauer, Boom Boom, I think would have fun in here. NKM drops by every now and again. He has fun when he drops in. He's a cool addition. I like him. I like a lot of like I've tried to get like Shaquille Oatmeal in here before because he seems like he'd be fun one on one. He'd have a completely different take than 90% of the people in here, and I wouldn't silence him or anything. He could go off all he wants, But I think maybe I've exposed him for the queen he is. We'll say so. I don't know if he'll ever come in, but if he does, I'd love to have him. Love to have him just check it out at least once. You think he's really Ivan? Bob, it's a possibility, man. That's actually kind of a good call now that I'm thinking about it. He may be Ivan. I don't think so, but yeah, there's got to be. I want to say Ivan's got to be in the chat at some point in time. Maybe he's not. Maybe he just calls in or whatever. But yeah. No, Stranded. He originally wrote the song about Colorado, but couldn't get it to fit the lyrics, from what I understand, with Country Roads. It was supposed to be a song about Colorado, and then I think you're right. It was something like he was in West Virginia for something, and he was like, "Oh, this place actually fits the song I wrote." I think that's what happened. I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't even there. Oh, you melted your arm on a furnace? That sounds brutal. Yeah, that's oof. I think did I ever tell you guys the worst burn I ever got? Worst burn I ever got was 15 years old, working in the kitchen. And we used to do this thing where you had something called homemade pastas and you had to heat them up in like a separate pan. And the handle on the pan wasn't tight. But it's basically you boil off all the starch and everything in the pasta using the water. And yeah, I was walking with it. I bumped it on like this. I was walking down to the end of the line in the back kitchen to empty it into the sink through a strainer, and I bumped something, and the handle wobbled, and it poured down the top of my shoe. I threw the pan into the sink, and pulled off my shoe, and then grabbed the top of my sock and ripped my sock off. When I did, my buddy Guido was actually working with me at the time, and he said it looked like mozzarella cheese that had been heated up, just come right off the top of my foot, attached to the sock. Like I burned the whole top of my foot off. Yeah, 1900 degrees. Yeah, you can't even be screwing around with something like that. Like, oopsie. I bumped it just for a second, and yeah, I'm melted. That's brutal, brother. Brutal. Oh, look at you. Now we're flowing. Cool. That one's done. Ooh, now this thing's throwing paint again. These are good. Let's get these legs done. Yes, he did Rocky Mountain High. He did God, what's the song? Is it Leaving on an Airplane? Leaving on an airplane, don't know when I'll be back again. Or is it Leaving on a jet plane? I can't remember. But yeah, Rocky Mountain High. That's what I'm saying. It was like he loved Colorado, and he originally wanted to do a song about Colorado, and it was something like, but it didn't fit with Colorado. He couldn't get it to fit, and then I, I might be misremembering things, but I swear to God, I remember seeing something about it. It was supposed to be about Colorado, and then he switched it over to West Virginia. Mountain Mama, take me home, country roads. You get that. See, if I was using actual airbrush paint, it wouldn't jam quite as much. But the airbrush paint I would have to use would be expensive as shit. And since it's going to get painted over anyway, screw it. It's just a little bit harder work on the airbrush, and a couple coats instead of just one. Considering his haircut, it should have been a biplane. I love it. Love it. Um, thinking about it now, one thing I did see. Apparently, we are going to have another intergalactic object that's going to come into our solar system. I think they said 2027, maybe 2030. I know there was supposed to be some object that was originally is supposed to come super close to Earth, like closer to Earth than our moon is. But there's another object, and maybe it's the same object, but I had seen this. There's an object that is 20 miles across in size or whatever. It's going to come into our solar system. We're not going to be able to see it really well because Earth will be opposite side of the sun. when it enters, but it's basically going to come in and like boomerang around our sun and fly back off, like that other that I can't ever remember the name of the damn thing, but it starts with an O, and it was like cigar shaped and it was huge and came in, boomeranged around our sun, and then flew out. Like had this weird flight path out, and everybody's like, "Oh, maybe that was propulsion, or maybe it was an alien ship or whatever." But we're supposed to have another object like that. Something 31. I can't even remember what the hell they called it. Oh, Stranded, have a great night. Don't take shit from anyone. And yeah, we'll shout you out through the rest of the show like always. Thank you. Thank you for being first and being here. Always appreciate you, Stranded. Boomerang with Eddie Murphy. That one was kind of overhyped. Not his best film. I mean, of course, we all know what Eddie Murphy's worst film is, right, guys? No, it's not Haley's Comet, Bob. When does Haley's Comet come back around? I'll be. I think I'll be 100 for some reason when it comes. No, I can't be that old. I saw that shit when I was. I want to say it was like 88, maybe 87, 86. I know as a kid because I was in middle school when it came around the first time. So that's every 75 years. But yeah, I think it might even be a comet. I'm not entirely sure. I had seen a news blip about it. Same way I saw a news blip where they uncovered that I think it was an F-16 Raptor in 2023 got hit by an unidentified object that bounced off the canopy, and that was in Arizona. They're saying like most UFOs and stuff seem to be appearing near nuclear sites and air bases. Oh, I jam this thing. Or did I just not get enough paint in there? Get a little bit more paint in. More than enough of a spillover. There we go. I just didn't have enough paint in it. 25 to, yeah, I'm Gumby, damn it. Oh, that's brutal, Sheree. I've done dumb shit like that too. Like you're like, oh my god, how did I do something like this? That was foolish. You'll be 75. I'll be 77, I think, Smurf. So 27 more years. 2061. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if I live that long, then I'll get to see it twice. And maybe the next time I'll get to find Mark Twain riding on the tail end of the comet. Good old Samuel Clemens. Mister's like, I'll be on my second or third robot wife by then. That's epic. Epic, epic, epic. Yeah, I mean, that's coming real soon. I'm not going to lie. You know, that's the first industry that's going to really utilize lifelike robotics, right? Like, we don't have a doubt on this one. Like, for that, I have zero doubt that that's what most robotics are going to be used for is it's like, yeah, there's going to be somebody who super introverts are going to be excited about it. But I also see a huge population decline when that happens too. You mean with a real person? What's wrong with you? Oh, Billy. Oh. Yeah, Mister's going to work in the factory. He's going to test them out for us, guys. He's going to let you know. Yeah, go with the XL model. Don't go with the YT model. It's not as good. It only kept up with me for an hour. And then the battery went out and the eyes rolled back in the head and it just shut down. I don't know what to do. What terrifies me about that shit though? Reminds me of Demolition Man with starring Smurf. Like, I don't know if you guys remember that old movie, but they had the virtual reality helmets, and that's how they did things. And then if they wanted to procreate, they had to go to a special lab and then basically in vitro that shit. What's up, Beans? How are you? Oh, Beans, shout out too for the other night. I told Mister I ran it past him. And Mister did take it as a joke and then corrected me and said I was right because the creatine would increase his cognitive functions. Yeah, Demolition Man actually scares the hell out of me because if you look at it now, granted, I think they set the movie in like what Hollywood was burning down in like '99 or something in that movie, and he gets frozen for 20 years. So that puts it like 2029. I can't remember the exact dates, but you look at some of the stuff in there, like the censorship on language, um, how they basically take all the poor people, make them live in the sewer, stuff like this, like the people that actually want freedom and everything, like everything in that society. There are little mirrors in our current society, and of course, it was Richard Donner who did that movie, I believe. Oh, just clearing the air, Mister. Yeah, you're not wrong about the Taco Bell thing. Every restaurant was Taco Bell. That's terrifying. Yep, and the police work in the movie is definitely reflective of like modern times. Enhance your calm, John Spartan. Enhance your calm. Enhance this. You need Smurf to do the voice. Hurting people ain't a good thing, Huxley. Well, sometimes it is, but not when they're only looking for food. One of my favorite scenes in there, though, is when Simon Phoenix tells the one guy, he's like, "You can't take away people's right to be assholes." Yeah, we would definitely have to figure out the seashells too. You're not wrong on that one. Which I don't know how to use like I've seen that movie. I can't even tell you how many times, and I still can't figure out exactly. Like I get what one or two of the seashells would be used for, but I can't figure out all three. I definitely love the part where he like cusses up a storm to get the paper so he can use it and do like toilet paper that shit. Like take it to the bathroom with him because he can't figure out the seashells. He's like, you guys don't have toilet paper. Instead, you got three seashells, and Rob Schneider's like, he doesn't know about the three seashells. You tried knocking me down. Or knocking him down. No, why don't you come try knocking me down? Yeah. Yeah, Beans is listening, but she can't jump in the chat and stuff like that. She's she's listening on her drive, she's listening when she works, all that kind of stuff. She works her guts out. Shout out to her for putting in the times. Cause that just can't be easy. It's got to wear on you after a while. Like I said, I remember working three jobs, but I was much younger. I couldn't do that shit now. I'd die. I'd be dead. I'm just crying. Probably. I'd come home and just sit in the shower and just be sitting there crying with my anus bleeding. Mister. Jesus Christ. You're fast, mister. Sometimes you're half fast. Especially after a long flight and you got that jet lag. I'm blowing through again. Shit's funny. I didn't think I put that much airbrush cleaner in. I guess I did. Swish this a little. What the hell did I do with my crap brush? There it is. Yeah, Demolition Man definitely was a little bit ahead of the game. Not identical. Although, you know, the one thing I would really want out of Demolition Man of all the stuff they showed in it, I want that foam that's in the car that basically like protects you in case of an accident. Like I thought that was, I was like, damn, that's a hell of an idea. Where you like it just inflates and covers the entire car, like the interior, so you're not getting slammed around and all that kind of stuff. I always thought that was amazing. Amazing. I had to refresh my chat. It froze for a second there. All messages. There we go. I'll have the rest of this pigment real quick. I actually got something the wife gave me. She's like, I just want you to, next time you do a blackout, I need you to paint this for me. She's like, I don't want you to actually paint it. Just black it out for me so I can paint it. I'm like, all right, cool, bet. So we have to do that too. It's like this big medallion thing. Get my fire through. There we go. Which I'm trying not to say something about the black actually coming out of the gun this time because I don't want to jinx this shit. that turn in the face is going to be a bitch when I actually paint this thing. Sort of little fins. I'm going to have to get in there with like a 3-hair brush or something to get the eyes. Ugh. I really should have gone bigger on this one. But I didn't know how it was going to come out. Now I do. And yeah, it's going to be a bitch to paint. Damn it. Yeah. I'm going to have to unjam pigment in a minute. Hopefully I can get through this. This bowl's worthy of paint. Yeah, well, I mean painting with a mouse pointer. Yeah, because you're doing the graphic design too, right? Yeah, I have to do that sometimes as well. Pain in the ass. But what are you using anyway, Gigs or CLB? What are you using for your setup? Are you using CAD with AI? Are you using Blender? I refuse to pay for anything with AI to it. I just do, even though it's probably the smarter choice in this day and age. If you're doing it as a profession, then yeah, you pay for it. But if you're not, I found that it's just as easy. Let's see. Black all the way through. No, missed a spot. Swear to God, something looks just like this ate me in a game the other day. I'll tell you that much. Fucking sea serpent. Have a good night, mister. It's always great seeing you, brother. Thank you again for dropping in and bringing levity. What's up, Roving Reporter Rebel? How are you, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, my man. Good to see you. Anything new? Anything to report? Any craziness? Yeah, this is going to be a pain in the ass when I actually have to paint it. So many little twists, turns, and the scales, everything. Let's see. Big Rock is done. I think that's it for Invincible. We got Invincible done. Yay! Oh, Bamboo Studio. Yeah. There's a lot of people. I've never messed with Bamboo. I have not messed around in Bamboo Studio. Now, I'll tell you what, CLB, you're going to have to do the only thing I don't like about PLA, ABS, oh God, FDM, filament systems is you got to do a shit ton of sanding. Get those little ridges out of it. It's gotten much better, but I had one of the first 3D printers that was PLA and XYZ DaVinci 1.0, and I hated it because of how big the ridges were, and I felt like I was sanding everything after it was printed. Avalon Lakes is where dreams go to die. I don't know. Honestly, I don't. I was in Carlisle once for a car show when I was working that stuff. I don't remember. I don't remember too much about Ohio. I was pretty fucking baked when I was there on that car show circuit too. So didn't help. Did not help. coming together, getting that layer of paint on there pretty damn quick. I really want to try that Mr. Surfacer that I have, this stuff. Mr. Surfacer 1000, direct from Japan. I'm kind of afraid to, because I don't know how it's going to react with the resin. It's mainly for plastics. Probably will work on resin, but I don't know. I might try a little here in a minute. They did have security. That's one of the things I think Stranded brought up earlier, Bob. One of the people, they were actually like a vet, like a army vet or something like that. Might even have been our homeless baker friend. I'm not gonna lie, but they did have security, and they nailed him out too while there. They like they something about like the meat. They focused on him really hard because it was like an American citizen got taken down in that raid, that ice raid, and he's even a veteran. And it was like, yeah, dude, you were guarding a pot farm with kids working the fields. Like, what did you do? That guy should get arrested for that, you know? Like, if you're into, I don't care what your status is, that's definitely a crime, in my opinion. Like, they're not going to deport him, but they definitely arrest your ass. Definitely arrest your ass. Maybe they were on a smoke break. Yeah, security didn't see a helicopter coming in. Well, I mean, it is a pot farm, so maybe they thought it was, oh man, the aliens are finally landing, man. Check it out. Like all baked. Oh shit. Oh, it's the fuzz, man. Get out of here. Because it would go against. They're not mad about the child labor aspect. They're not mad about the missing children aspect, any of that stuff, because Orange Man's bad, if we're being honest. Because if you start, that's the problem. If you start digging into that kind of thing, then it's going to go counter to, well, immigration, you know, like illegal immigration is necessary for America, all this kind of stuff. And that's kind of what the left has been propagating. So if anything that runs counter to it, if they put a spotlight on it or come out against it, you know, everybody seems, it seems, except for Fetterman. Like, I don't know what it is with Fetterman. That poor man must be lonely as hell in the Senate, because he goes like counter narrative on so much stuff. So much stuff. Just like, yeah, why are we doing this? This is stupid. And everybody's like, dang, Fetterman has a brain and he's had a stroke, and his brain's the only one that's working on that side. Yeah, they really don't believe in anything. You know what they believe in? Whatever's going to get them votes and reelected, whatever they can build outrage to garner those votes and get them reelected. That's what they believe in. You know, it's sitting down, and if you have a talk, like just have a conversation with somebody on the left, you're going to find that you agree with a ton of stuff. But if you put that same person that you have the agreement with on the left in a room full of other people on the left, and you're the only one that is either in the middle or on the right, you're going to find all of a sudden that person that was reasonable switches completely and starts spouting unreasonable things. And I think it has a lot to do with, they don't want to be lonely. They don't want to be thrown out of society. They don't want to be ostracized. So they're going to say whatever, go along to get along, but they don't really believe anything. Yeah, it's cult like mentality. So that's just it. One of the big things was all the MAGA people are very cult like. Well, I hate to tell you this, but if that were the case and it was a cult, that would make Donald Trump the cult leader, right? How many people are flipping out over Epstein? The whole Epstein files screw up. A lot of people. So you can kind of tell that they're not a cult because when Trump does something that they don't like, they're speaking up about it immediately and shining the spotlight on it. Veterans nurse gave him a red pill. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Either that or else Fetterman, I don't know. See, it's rough because if I listen to some of the stuff Fetterman spouted when he was campaigning, I would have swore to God he was like going to be the next leader of the squad. But then actually watching him in action and some of the stuff he's done and the conversations he has and everything else and his takes on things, it's like, dude, you're a moderate. Like, you're kind of an up the middle kind of guy and willing to call out, like, yeah, this is BS and that's BS. It's screwed up because I figured he'd be a total scumbag. And actually, I like him. I don't like everything about him, but there is stuff that he says where you give the devil his due. He's not. He's calling it like right up the middle. So I can appreciate that. And like I said, I think that's going to make him a very lonely man when it comes to the Senate. But hey, that's the price for honesty. Yeah, I mean, but there's a lot of them that are like that. Like I said, I really think part of the problem is we need to stop focusing. And I'm sure you guys are the same way. Stop focusing overseas. Focus on us. Focus on the American people. Tell me what you're doing for us. You really, you know, you're supposed to be a representative of us, not somewhere else. And the fact that they're not in most cases is seriously disappointing. Some cases they are. That's one of the reasons I enjoy Thomas Massey, for example. He's actually representing. He's doing what he was sent to Congress to do: represent his constituents. Doesn't matter if it goes against his party or anything else. He at least has some principles. I can respect that. I don't always agree with him, but I can respect that he's doing what he thinks is in the best interest of the people that sent him there to do it. Same thing with MTG. I think she's had some really awful takes. You guys remember the Maui fires and yeah, the little hat people, space lasers? Remember when she said all that crap? Did not like it. However, you get something like what's going on now, and she's like, yeah, this is bullshit. And you can appreciate her for that. And I think that's why they keep getting reelected too. No matter how much they throw money against them, primary them, oh, you lost Trump's backing on this, whatever. Still going to win. Why? Because the constituents can see that, yeah, well, it may not have been what was popular, but it's what we wanted. That's what we wanted in this district. That's what we wanted here. And no amount of counter programming, primarying, throwing ads up is going to wipe those people out because they're actually being true to what the people sent them to Washington to do. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. I didn't even finish it. I'm not gonna lie. He looks badass in black, doesn't he? Let's see if I can't get the camera to focus real quick. Definitely creepy. He's gonna be awesome when he gets painted. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, but you know what? That's the whole thing. That right there is hysterical. What if MTG's she's not right about it. But all right, so you guys want some woo woo? I'll give you guys some woo woos. So I watched a guy and he's a scientist and he's talking about all the storms in Texas. He was talking about a couple of the hurricanes and he's like, look, the cloud seeding thing is a red herring. So, of course, this has my attention now. I'm like, all right, I got to see what this dude's got to say. Like, what kind of bullshit are you going to spout, my guy? And I'm watching, and he basically goes into that they set up something with frequencies that can hold the storm in place so the storm doesn't move. It keeps the moisture and the storm from moving forward and holds it into place. And he's like, and they turned it on right before Texas, and that's what happened. He's like, it's like a weather manipulation thing. I was like, that's some interesting woo woo there. And he's like, and it's trackable. We have actual evidence. We have actual factual evidence of this. And I was like, really? Do you guys know, like, did you guys see anything about this or hear anything about it? But it was woo woo. Like, to me, it was woo woo. But he's saying that they actually have evidence that this is real. And I don't know. I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that one. Cloud seeding kind of makes sense. But he was like, legitimately, everything going on with Texas, there's nothing natural about it with the storms. They're under another flood warning, too, from what I saw. So they might get hit again, which that's devastating. It's bad enough we lost so many people in the last flash flood. I don't want to see it again. Yeah, see, I, I don't know. My whole take on that kind of stuff, Eugene, like with what's going on now over there. I don't think it's I don't think it's the people. I think 100,000% it's who's at the head of the government. I think it's one corrupt man at the head of the government that is causing 90% of these problems and then bringing in these different ministers that is doing it. That's just my opinion on it. I could be completely wrong, but yeah, that's how I see it. They did get hit again, Rebel. Was it like as tragic as bad? I mean, I noticed that because Trump was like, yeah, we got to get rid of FEMA or whatever. And since all that stuff happened in Texas, he's been like kind of like backing off that stance and saying like, nah, actually FEMA's pretty good. We need them. Because I know he was talking about doing away with them at one point because of the North Carolina hurricane. So I do know it was something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I do think that the weather manipulation woo woo is interesting. I do think the cloud seeding thing's kind of interesting because I guess it was like 2 days before they had done cloud seeding before the first flood. One of these days, I'll do the smart thing and I'll write down where I get some of my news from so people can actually watch the clips or whatever. I'm not going to go playing other people's clips and stuff on my show if I can help it, unless it's, a lady shitting on somebody else's car hood. 33-inch rise in 4 hours? Holy shit. That's terrifying. Um, well, Eugene, I would say that has to have something to do with money in part, but I also think it has to do with what's the lesser evil from somebody who is a Christian leader. What is the lesser evil? Islam or Judaism? Which one is more aligned with you? You know, like which religion kind of comes closer to yours? The best way of saying it, I guess. I'm gonna have to unjam this. See if I can't save some of this paint though. Yeah, I got paint everywhere. I started to jam from pigment buildup and dry tip. I'm gonna have to dilute the paint again because it is drying. Drying out in the airbrush, not good. Blast spray on there while it's loose. Not gonna be not gonna be a good coat on them. For now, let's get that crap out of the gun. Yeah, I agree, Eugene. Don't you? Well, separation of church and state, right? There's a reason why we. It's always been separate your church and your state. Because you start bringing religion in, and then somebody's got to be wrong, right? Not everybody's going to see it the same way. People are going to have different religions. Yeah, there's a factory somewhere where it causes it putting out so much smoke. Yeah, I could believe that. I mean, you're technically sending particles into the air and making the air denser, so moisture would retain there. That makes any kind of sense? I think I said that right. Damn it, Mister, why'd you have to get off? That's one of those questions I would ask him. He actually, he would probably be able to give us some science behind it. But yeah, that sounds plausible as well. That if you have a ton of pollution in the air, I mean, look at the smog clouds in California. Like in certain parts. Have a good night, E Rock. Always great to see you, brother. Thank you for dropping in. Appreciate the hell out of you. I had sepia mode? No. God, everything's black and white. I had to look at the camera, make sure I didn't hit like black and white mode or sepia mode. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Yeah, man, get that arm taken care of. What did you say, Steve? At the end, took a picture of everyone with the flag. This sleazeball didn't give us an option. He snapped the photo, was being taken right outside the front doors. You couldn't walk around it. Wow. Wow, what a dick. See, it's stuff like that. It's that kind of crap. Man, there's so much stuff that should not be political or politicized that gets politicized nowadays. That it makes me feel some kind of way. You know, you would think taking down people that hurt children would be a good thing. You think that having child labor, slave labor, basically taking that down, good thing, right? Everybody should be applauding it. Doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. Doesn't matter who's in power. If Joe Biden had done it, I'd have been cheering him on too. It's just that shit should not be political in my point of view. It should be very apolitical and everybody should be able to get behind it. Kanye West people. That is like one of my favorite ones. The Kanye people. Dear Lord, the Kanye people. What a great like talk about a way to dodge something so you don't get in trouble on YouTube. Calling them the Kanye West people is definitely one of the best ways I've ever heard. Let me see. We'll go with a little extender on this. And some water. This way, hopefully, I don't get as much tip dry. God, my hands are shaky as hell. I don't know what's up. I think it's because it rained all day here. But, like, you guys can probably see the veins popping on the back of my hands, right? Like, that's not good. It's like arthritis in the knuckles or whatever. Like how I'm missing how my bone's broken here. My knuckles pushed back from breaking my hand when I was a kid. Kanye West person are the people of Israel. That's the way we'll put that one, Bob. So as not to get flagged on YouTube or get in trouble. Because Kanye West came out, said everything was their fault and all that kind of stuff. You know, saying like they control all the banking and all this other stuff. They're the ones who's actually working against me. Kanye West people. Yeah, I'm hulking out, right? Yeah, I mean, my left hand's not as bad. But yeah, my right hand is, dear Lord, you can tell I was never a junkie. With veins like that, they're not shooting up my arm, but you can definitely tell. I definitely got some veins. Yes, there you go. I don't know. That's a good thing too. Shout out to that caller that used to call in, the Vietnamese guy, and like he would always end the calls, Bob, with "and the salt must flow." Ree! But yeah, he used to always call them the Kanye West people, and it was hysterical. Every time he called in, he'd be like, "and the uh, Kanye West people." He was hysterical when he called in, and his English got better as time went on too. That was the best part. Like when he first called in, you could barely understand what he was saying, and then the last time I heard him call in, he was pretty spot on. But I'm pretty, and because of that whole "the salt must flow" could tell he was definitely a salty cracker fan. Definitely fanboying out for Salty Cracker. Shout out to Salty Cracker. Guy's still fun. Painting up the bear head. Painting him up. Damn, this thing's throwing paint now that I cleared that channel, huh? Loosened it up a little bit. Dear Lord, I'm throwing too much paint. I might have to turn down the volume on this. Good Lord. Gotta wait for that shit to dry. Danny Boss was in a couple streams ago. I don't know if he's working. You got to remember, he and I know the only reason why I know this kind of thing is because David and playing games with him. Right? It's like a 6 to 8 hour time difference depending on where you are over in the UK. So if I'm going live at 8 o'clock here, you got to figure 4 hours would be midnight, and another two would be 2 in the morning for him. You know, that's it. But even if it's a 6 hour time difference, or no, that is a 6 hour time difference. So it's late as hell for those guys. Anybody that listens from the UK, it's definitely a late night thing for them. That's why he's always passing out like when ABL, because I'm sure Danny works. So if he's working too, you know what I mean, can only do so much. But yeah, shout out to Danny Boss. Hope you're okay, buddy. I always enjoy Danny Boss. He's good people. He's always been good people. My international reach. Well, I mean, it's only as far as I know, it's only Danny Boss and David. And David, I played with for years. No homo or anything wrong in that statement there. Saying video games. Um, it does crack me up. One time, David and I had a competition on who could stay up the latest. And David beat me by, I think, he stayed up. I stayed up for something like 60 something hours. David stayed up for like 80 something hours. Like, we were playing, I can't remember, maybe it was Atlas. I can't remember what game we were playing, but like, that was one of those brutal ones. Like honestly, kind of wish I had been streaming back then if I had the bandwidth on my internet for it, because that would have been one very very long. Like you guys would have been going to work, coming home, um, doing everything, making dinner, eating dinner, then going like, oh shit, you're still streaming? Yeah, I'm still streaming. It can't international reach around. Jesus Christ. Um, Yeah, Retro is from Canada. That's true. But honestly, it's like a lot of you guys. Where did I meet a lot of you guys? On ABL? Like almost everybody. Almost. Some people from real life. Some people have jumped on the train that, like Leo. Leo's one that purely came from me streaming. He's younger generation. And he, like, now I'm thinking about it, Leo's up way late sometimes too. Which I hope he don't get in trouble with his parents for that stuff. But he'll stay up late too. I've always been a night owl though, so for me it's kind of is what it is. I don't hate daylight, but man, you wake me up early. I am a son of a bitch. You can ask my wife on that one. I think she'll tell you. Yeah, like you wake them up early, or I didn't get enough sleep. I'm an asshole. I'm just a complete jerk. But once I'm up and it's daylight or what have you, it takes a little while for me to get moving and motivated. Dear Lord. I'm gonna have to adjust this chick. This one's gonna be a good one though. I think this one's gonna be a cool paint job. I really do. Yeah, I mean that's crazy. Leo is he's young. I'm surprised he listens to half the stuff we say, and I don't even think he does. I think he's playing like VR and has me on in the background somewhere. Oh yeah, CLB. I stream Thursdays, Sundays is painting, and then Friday it's been video games. Um, Playing different games and stuff. Lately, Smurf wanted to do a playthrough. I haven't played games with Smurf in a long time, and we have a lot of fun doing it. So that's been like the Friday streams lately. And then Smurf and I actually streamed last night too because he was off of work and bored. Yeah, but I'm streaming like I'm trying not to do it where I'm doing it daily. You know what I mean? It's bad enough people have had to listen to me for like the past 4 days straight or whatever. Like there's only so much GAM anybody can put up with, including GAM. Um, but yeah, I stream all the time, bud. Or it feels like it. And poor Sheree is always here. Poor Stranded's usually there. Shout out to Stranded. It's probably that point in the show where I should shout her out. Beans is usually there. Mister usually drops by. Rebel's there. Steve's always there. Bob's always in the background. Like Bob, I think every last one of my streams since Bob started watching me, at some point in the night, especially late night, Bob will jump into the chat and be like, "You people are still up." Or why are you people still up? Which I always appreciate, Bob. It always gives me a chuckle, and I'm like, dang, that's awesome. I'm happy I'm happy Bob started watching us too. They're watching me too. Say us all the time because it's kind of everything here is chat driven, so it's not just a one man show or one GAM show, I guess you could say. Wait for that tongue to dry before I can move it. Yeah, Bob is hilarious. I do like Bob. He is. He'll throw something out there. Mister's always hilarious when he's in here too. Like he's really fast with those jokes, and it doesn't matter what the subject is. He'll pop them out. And like I said, Rebel, I'm sorry you got pulled in and became my roving reporter. Steve, I'm sorry you became my man on the streets, but you guys keep me up to date on shit so I can react in real time, which is, you guys have no idea how helpful that is. Because I'm not going to lie, and I'm not knocking anybody when I say this. It kind of annoys me when somebody in the chat says something and the person just completely ignores what they said and never covers that subject, but it's the hottest news story that just happened. You know what I mean? Like, this shit just broke, and it's like, well, it's not on my item list, so I'm not going to address it. Drives me up a wall. I'm like, dude, like, address that shit immediately. What are you doing? Like, everybody's already watching you. Get into it. No, I'll make a video in like 4 days. Like, 4 days? Like, everybody's covered it at that point. Everybody's beat it to death, and I don't want to hear it again. Hey, have a good night, CLB. It's always great to see you, man. Hopefully, you and Eugene can, like I said, link up and work something out, and everybody's happy. But yeah, if somebody needs something FDM'd or printed like that, I'll send them to you if you're really doing that business, you know, because I know how you are, and if you can pull it off, you're going to tell them you can. If you can't, you're going to tell them you can't. Like you're not going to screw around with it. So there's that faith and trust. Okay, very cool. Very cool CLB. And everybody, just so everybody's aware, Eugene said he's dropping a track tomorrow, so shout out to Eugene for that one. Am I dry enough to flip you over? Yeah, I think this tongue's dry enough where I can handle it and move it out of the way, too. I had a big Baroness that I was thinking about doing black and all this. I think I'm going to reprint her and make her smaller, though. She was huge. Matter of fact, I think I've shown the Baroness off on the stream before. But looking at it, I hollowed out a lot of parts and used small hollowing, which means she's going to end up splitting if I'm not careful. Run through on paint again. Eugene is dropping a deuce. Very nice. Very, very nice. What the hell? I thought I wrote down something else newsworthy. Let me see. Actually, yeah, I did. So here's something for everybody. It was reported that basically, I don't know how many billions, but we've taken in billions of dollars. This is the way they phrased it. There is a billions of dollars surplus because of the tariffs. So, of course, being the asshole that I am, the first thing out of my brain was, oh, that's amazing. We took in a couple, like even if it's a couple $100 billion in tariffs, that's fantastic. However, we're going to spend $4 trillion more to get that $100 billion. But hey, who's counting? Which press conference? You mean, well, it depends. If it's Caroline Levitt or whatever, like one of those press conferences, or Donald Trump answering questions. Because if it's Donald Trump answering questions, anything with Epstein, you kind of see the way he's going to answer it. He's, like, oh, we need to move on from that. Let's talk about, the assassination attempt. Let's talk about how we're bringing Comey and Brennan in. Let's talk about anything other than that, please. Oh, Peter Doocy's doing a press conference? I like Peter Doocy. To be honest with you, I was actually a little afraid that he was going to back off when the administration flipped over, kind of like how Jim Acosta did, right? Like Jim Acosta was actually a douchebag with the way he asked his questions, went after Trump and everything in the first term, like complete asshole, in my opinion. And then it was like Trump's term ended, Biden went in, and magically Jim Acosta completely got pulled out of the White House, completely like thrown the hell out of there, and just did like a substandard show at whatever time. And I was afraid the same thing was going to kind of happen with like Peter Doocy. I was like, he actually asked some pretty good questions. I wonder if he'll do the same thing with Trump, and he does. So that's kind of impressive, in my opinion. Like that's good to see that he's going to be even-handed in his questions across the board. Wait, yeah, well, hey, I'm going to tell you what, somebody that comes into this chat that their husband's older like that. I don't think that much of an age discrepancy, but definitely older than them. And yeah, but look, I'm just going to say it this way. If you love somebody, it doesn't matter as long as they're both two consenting adults. That shit does it. Age is just a number at a certain point. Yeah, Bob, I saw something about him taking action on Russia, but I didn't get to read the article before I got online. Is that what's going on? He's going to drop more sanctions on Russia? to try and cut them down so they're not bombing Ukraine as much. Now, I'm unimpressed too, and I have no faith in how our government's going to spend our money either, Steve. So I'm right there with you, brother. Yeah, well, I mean, look, if she was 60 and he was younger, oh, I got another one for you guys that you might find hysterical. Now that I'm thinking about it, now we're talking about age gaps and shit like this, right? Um, if she was the one who was 60 and he was like 27 and they had that baby, man, that baby would have come out probably not in the best of condition, but because it's reversed, it should be all right. Hey, look, Rebel. I'm I'm just gonna say say like you. Unfortunately, you they've been saying that about online dating and stuff like that. That guys that are much older than younger girls have money and as somebody once said, Bugatti. They have all the cars, they have all that stuff. They're getting like all the girls, and then the regular average dude is just like their age, isn't they're basically incels. They're basically like involuntarily celibate because of it. So I mean, it happens all the time. I'm not one to judge on age gaps. Look, me and my wife are. She's older than me by a couple months. We're the same age, you know. But I also don't look down on anybody with a huge age discrepancy, unless the guy's like 40 years old and the girl's like 18. Like, you are pushing it, my guy. Age is just a number. Epstein probably. Well, notice what did I say, Reb? I said two consenting adults. Like I was specific in that. Look, I'm just. Oh shit, that was almost really, really bad. I can just put it in terms like this: when I wouldn't want a younger girlfriend. I don't want to deal with that shit. I dealt with it when I was a teenager and all that kind of stuff, and in my 20s. Why the hell would I want somebody that young ever? I mean, I'm happily married. My wife's epic, and I want somebody who challenges me. To me, that wouldn't be a challenge at all. You're basically dating somebody that you have, in my case, like 12 times the experience of, and all that. It would be a boring relationship. The only thing you would go for in that would just be, the bedroom activities. But even then, that's going to get boring. And then what? I don't know, Eugene. That's up to you, man. That department is definitely. I haven't thought about that kind of stuff, and honestly, God, like 14, 15 years now, something, right? I haven't thought anything about it, and to be honest with you, I'm never going to think about it again. Like I kind of ended that part of my life, and it's never going to come back. You know? Yeah, I mean, but yeah, age gap and all that. And here's one that I tickled my fancy. So, Candace Owens, she's been calling out the first lady, the quote unquote lady of France, right? Talking about how she was like 45 and what you call it was like 15 when they met, but it's really a dude. Like, it's not actually a lady, it's a dude. It's a transgender woman. and all this kind of stuff. Well, the people that first brought it up, because Candace Owens didn't do all this research on her own, there was actually this group of women that were reporters that figured it out and all this stuff and had reported it. There was a defamation case that went into court and they didn't even hear any of the testimony in the main court case. So they went to an appeals courts and the appellate court found that there was no defamation, basically saying that, yeah, the First Lady of France is really the first dude of France. Yeah, Rebel. Dude, I'm right there with you, though. I completely understand. I'm right there with you. I could not. It would be too much. It's too drastic. You're you're going to see life from a different point of view. The older you get, the more your point of view changes. And plus, not just that, like, and this could just be a GAM thing because I've got daughters. When you have a daughter, it changes your entire perspective of everything. You go from the hunter to the protector. But yeah, the Candace stuff is wild. Now the craziest part is this: on Piers Morgan, they had they were arguing over it, and Piers Morgan made a bet with her. I think it's 100 grand to a charity of their choice. Each one of them to their prospective choices, and if she was a man or if she was a woman. And Candace pretty much just won that bet, so Piers owes her 100 grand. Well, I mean that's just it. Reality is, I'm not gonna lie. This is the way I see it. You're right, Sheree. Depends on what you want from it, right? Like so now an older dude like wants a kid with and you want a younger girl so that this way kid comes out as close to perfect as possible, right? Here's the problem that I see. Most younger girls are going to have that kid and then realize 5 years down the line, 2 years down the line, whatever, irreconcilable differences. They're not going to be able to get on the same page with their husband. And now that dude is kind of on the hook for not just child support and everything else, um, depending on what the girl's in it for, but she could take him for all he's worth. And family courts, you're the one who points this out all the time, Sheree. Family courts, they're not exactly guy friendly. And yeah, see, Bob's agreeing with me too. Like, you know, like, how the hell are you going to come home with a girlfriend if you're an older dude and you got a daughter? Like, my one daughter's 30, right? For example. Um, my other daughter is like 24. How the hell would I ever come home with a girlfriend that's like 23? Like, see what I'm saying? Like, something about that isn't going to sit right. Like, I'm not going to lie, people are going to look at you a certain kind of way, regardless if it is all on the up and up. Technically legal, technically, all that other stuff, but technically. And from a dad's perspective, that's how I would look. I would be like, nah, I can't do that shit. It's kind of fucking grimy. Oh, Jesus Christ, Steve. CNC Music Factory. Hey, you're not wrong, Eugene. Um, there's plenty of that too. Well, it's the same thing with women that want to get pregnant and be on their own, or lesbian couples, right? Let's just call a spade here, where they go to a sperm bank, they look at the guy and his genetics and everything. Jesus, Jesus Christ. Um, Look at a guy, the genetics and everything on him. And yeah, um, yeah, I think you're correct too, Sheree. I do think you're right in that respect. Older guy with a younger girl is better than an older woman with a younger guy. You I got you. It is kind of hypocritical, but I understand it. Like it reminds me of an old joke. It was a 60-year-old couple. They get divorced, and the guy gets a new girlfriend who's 20, and the woman gets a younger boyfriend who's 20. And the two of them are arguing. And, she goes, "Look, you're an accountant and a mathematician. And so I think you can do the math on this. I think 20 goes into 60 a lot more times than 60 goes into 20." Yeah, Steve, you're not wrong though. Sheree does have pretty good hot takes on stuff. I'm guessing Sheree's laughing at the joke. Yeah, I can't. I heard that one like a long ass time ago. It's like one of my favorite Smurf jokes. He's like, "Hey, you ever heard of hey GAM? You ever hear of a reverse exorcism? No, what's reverse exorcism, Smurf? That's where the demon stands outside and screams at the priest to get out of the kid." Yeah, Eugene. I did that with a bartender once too. I'm not gonna lie. Definitely fun. Definitely fun. Different age, different time. I mean, again, what's disheartening to me is younger guys. I look at them and it's got to be a rough dating life nowadays. It really does. I feel bad for them. Shit, I think. Hopefully, I got enough black to finish this out. Let me extend this a little bit. Let me extend this out a bit. Yeah, see that's a perfect age range, Bob. You're not wrong. Perfect age range. No, see that's a fine age range too. I mean, it's really, but then again, you get people where if they're happy, let them be happy. They're in love with whoever they're with. Sometimes you can't help it. As long as it isn't like it's two consenting adults, not kids. Let me hit his arm real quick. Saw that little blank spot on him. Um, you know, if it's two consenting adults, it's two consenting adults. I'm the same way with like gay people. It's two consenting dudes or whatever. Who gives a shit what they're doing? That's not my fucking business. Let them be gay all they want. As long as you're not, trying to convert me over to your side, buddy. I'm playing for the other team. Or I'm playing for the right team. You're playing for the same team. But, I'm not going to poo poo on your. Now, if you're hurting kids or something, that's a different story. But consenting adults, they can be whatever the hell they want. And like I said, that maybe that's just my take on things, but I don't have a problem with it. Each person has their own thing. Shit. Hopefully that wasn't all the paint because I got a little bit left. I mixed up just enough to cover them, and I got to reprint that damn head because of that ear. Yeah, exactly, Bob. You got that in one. Don't tell me like that's just it. Don't you ever tell me I have to kiss the ring or curtail who I am as a person to accept your lifestyle. That's ridiculous because I'm not forcing you to convert to my lifestyle. Don't put it in my face and tell me, yeah, you have to. And like the people that do cowtail, it to me it's just like, yeah, now you look like super weak on top of it because you couldn't stand up for your own damn morals or your own beliefs. Yeah, Eugene, that shit right there, that was one that really actually pissed me off real bad. Because you know those people called around to like 20 different bakeries before they found the one that's like, no, it goes against my Christian beliefs. And then they went after them. It was like, that's fucked up, man. Somebody else is willing to make you the same cake. Then, get it from the guy who's willing to do it for you without a problem. You don't have to get all litigious and drag somebody into court, make them look like a scumbag, ruin their business. Like you're a piece of shit. Yeah, there you go, Steve. That's a good way. That's a good way of saying it. All right. I gotta let that dry and pray my airbrush doesn't get jammed up because I think I had just enough paint to make it. Oh, all right. I'm gonna say this is a good couple paint sessions here on the desk. But yeah, maybe it's a good time. I have a Spider-Man one too. I'm not crazy about. I'm going to find a better Spider-Man. I don't like the design. I got it printed out and everything sitting here, and the more I look at it, the more I don't like it. The webbing, something with the webbing across the suit is off to me. Yeah. Oh, snap, crackle, and pop. Swinging through your town like the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Yeah. Damn it. I really do want to find a very well designed Spider-Man. I need it to offset the Venom. And, and I'm not gonna lie, if my camera lighting wasn't off right now, like I got to make sure I pull the lens cap off before I plug it in next time and start up OBS. So it registers the camera right, make sure my lighting's good and looks right and everything else on the camera. But I got to go and show you guys like Squirrel Girl thing, Wolverine, like some of the other ones that I've done because now you can actually see the colors on them, the actual detail in the fur, all that kind of stuff. That's friggin' hilarious, though, Eugene. Hey, look, at least they bought you a cake. You got to look for the positive. Yeah, friendly neighborhood Spider Man. Um, that's part. I'm wondering if the next Spider Man movie, if they're going to actually knock it out of the park or they're going to shit the bed on it. It's going to go one of two ways. Because the last one was great, but when you really break it down, was it great because of the story and everything else, or was it great for the nostalgia of seeing Andrew Garfield and Tobey Maguire coming back as Spider Man, Willem Dafoe as Green Goblin, Jamie Foxx as Electro, like all the bringing back all the old characters. Would or the next one, will it stand on its own, or is it just at this point nostalgia bait? I do have a tremendous feeling though that even if you don't like the new Superman, that DC might take over as the premiere for comic book movies coming soon. That they're going to start beating out Marvel, which is insane because if you had asked me that a couple years back, I would have said, nah, there's no way. But yeah, I have this feeling that DC knows what the hell they're, or has a plan and finally kind of knows what they're doing. It's going to be interesting to see if they can actually execute it or not. Shit. Where's my crap brush? I think I might have gotten tip dry, which is going to be terrible. Yet I did. I got a little tip dry. Bought you a boob cake? Jesus Christ. I've never seen one of those. That's got to be hysterical though. Tell me if it's too soon to be laughing this hard. I mean, Eugene was a goth kid apparently. Oh, you can blast it. You can blast it. It's the last piece. Damn it. I gotta clean the friggin' airbrush out. I have just enough paint to get it done too in the gun. Yeah. Nope. Son of a. I'm gonna have to blow out the damn gun. I let it sit too long. Maybe not. Oh, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Almost there. God damn it. No, his little booties. Bootios. You ain't booty. Oh, proper hello. They thought you would like it because it had. Did you walk around with like black lipstick on and paint your nails black and all that, Eugene? I'm just asking. I'm not saying you did. I'm just asking if you did. And Steve, we're talking about boob cakes. Jesus. I definitely saw a zombie cake one time, and the interior was red velvet. It was like that red velvet cake. It was creepy as hell. Like you cut into it. Somebody had it at a Halloween party. Cool idea. Creepy as shit though. Get them booties. I think that everything black. See if I can get these little sides just in case they stick out or I end up having to paint them for some stupid reason. Still can't believe I screwed up his head. I think that's got it. We're good. Black in there a little bit more. Dear Lord. Don't hit that. No, stop that. Stop that. Anything else on this bad boy? Belt line, maybe. Wow. All right. So it is the red gun is jammed. Because I had to unjam this one a couple times, but nowhere near as bad. There's our next couple dozen painting sessions, I'm gonna say. Well, actually not a couple dozen, but probably right around a dozen. Everything's in black. It actually went way faster. I'm gonna have to either take apart the other gun, see if I can't check the seals, find out what broke in it, possibly throw it out and buy another. This one's more of a detail gun. I shouldn't be using it for coating like I just did. Ah, really? That's it? Just because of that? I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I was younger, I looked like somebody that would have shot up Columbine with my trench coat, and I had glasses that were true story. I used to break my glasses constantly to a point where my mom got sick of buying me new glass frames. Um, so I would go and I would buy a set of cheap sunglasses that were in the same alignment as my glass frames, and I got them where they were tinted, like got the lenses tinted, and then I would just pop the lens into the cheap sunglass frame and wear them. And I used to get in trouble at school and stuff like that because they would be like, "Yeah, you can't wear sunglasses in school." I'd take them off, hand them to the teacher. They'd look through them and be like, "Oh, they're prescription." Like, yeah, yeah, they're prescription glasses, man. They're not nothing of the sort, you know. Nothing out of the ordinary here. Nothing to see here, people. So it was funny. So I look at like back in the day, mullet. I had a mullet. That's sad to say, but I had a mullet. I absolutely did have a mullet. It was in style back then, though. It really was. Eventually, I just let it all grow long, but for a time there, I had a mullet. Sunglasses, big old black trench coat. Yeah, guys. I can't believe we got everything in black. I mean, I guess I can show off all the different pieces. Just let the pants dry real quick. We can actually see if we can see better detail in them now. Holy shit. Am I really done doing a blackout stream at 11:30? Probably the fastest I think I've ever done one of these damn things. Usually it's like 2 hours of me fighting with the airbrush to work. Shit. It's craziness. Yeah, I've got hair to the middle of my shoulders now, Bob. But yeah, back then, yeah, absolutely. It was the 80s, 90s. I had a mullet. I had yeah, I even started painting earlier too, Shirai, because I was expecting the gun to jam a lot more than it did, and it barely jammed. Take it apart and clean it. Yeah, that's great. I can't believe I just knocked all that out that fast. Didn't even jank up my hands all that bad. I got you. I see what you're saying, Eugene. Yeah, I used to wear jeans that were way too tight. You could see what religion I was in them. Um, Always some kind of t-shirt with some kind of screwed up thing on it. Um, One of my in particular favorite t-shirts was this old animal t-shirt I had just animal's face on it from the Muppets. But I used to make my own t-shirts, everything else back when I was younger, like write slogans on them with you get that it's like a gel kind of paint, and I would write different stuff on them. Walking around in a trench coat, 110-degree weather. I passed that. I gave myself heat stroke once doing that, but I always had my trench coat on, always. Yeah, I mean, definitely a different time. Remember, there's a point in time when Z Cavaricis were the thing. When I was in high school, I had a couple pair of them, and you had the God. Now I'm thinking old fashioned. Friggin', you had the weightlifter pants too. I don't know if you guys ever had a set of those. If you're old enough, and I don't know if you ever had the weightlifter pants. They're like real baggy, tight at the waist, but real baggy everywhere else. And Z Cavaricci's really came into style along with the Hammer pants when MC Hammer was big. It's just funny to me. I definitely look back on it now and I'm like, yeah, I definitely look like something out of a sideshow. And looking at, I don't even know what's fashionable today. Actually, I kind of do because it was starting at the mall. But one thing I don't understand, especially with young guys in the nowadays, are the skinny jeans. And I see adults wear them too, and I'm just like, dude, why would you do that to yourself? Elephant ears, nice. But yeah, skinny jeans. Somebody explain skinny jeans to me. Like, like when I want to look like I skipped leg day for the entirety of my life, I'm gonna wear these skinny jeans. It basically there's no room for your boys. What's the deal with skinny jeans? Yeah, there you go. That was definitely a look right there. The Doc Martens with the 501s. Oh, God, you're right. Yeah, I can't. I don't understand that. Like, so like normally my normal attire nowadays is a t-shirt, and then my wife actually found them, and I'm not gonna lie, I must have like 10 pair of them. So if I got to go out in public, I'm wearing cargo pants and a t-shirt usually, and normal sneakers or whatever. But for everyday life, I have they're called Taiwanese fisherman pants, and like you have to fold them in a certain way and then tie them off. So the waistline, I could put on like 20 pounds in my gut and still wear the same set of pants because they're adjustable. But it they're super thin. They almost feel like pajamas, but they're super durable. Like I can wear them outside and go through the woods and stuff and not wreck my legs. If they get wet, they don't like get heavy wet and they dry real fast. Like it's crazy, but it's definitely my favorite set of pants. Oh, poor Sheree. You'll have grandkids eventually. One of them will, let's just hope it's with the right person. Um, Ralph Lauren, North Face. Here's one for you. You guys remember Triple Fat Goose? like the triple fat goose, um, big ass puffy jackets. They were kind of like North Face, but like even bigger and puffier. And everybody had the yeah. I mean, some styles were dictated by music. Yeah, absolutely. Um, yeah, you're not wrong on that. I think some styles were also just like, I mean, the high school I went to, and if Forever's still here, he'll tell you the same thing. You had a lot of motorheads and people because it was a trade school, so people doing trade stuff. So everybody kind of wore jeans. Like a good chunk of the people wore jeans and like Metallica t-shirts, for example, or ACDC t-shirts, which is what always cracked me up about Beavis and Butthead. But they'd have oil stains on them, stuff like this from working on cars, motorcycles, whatever. Yeah, military boots. I knew people that wore military boots. A lot of steel toe boots too. Like as a matter of fact, the shop classes, a lot of them. Well, depending on what your shop was, if you're in like carpentry or welding or something, you it was required. It was part of actually your dress uniform to wear steel-toed boots of some sort. So you'd get Doc Martens or workman's boots a lot of times. It was called the Naughty Crew of '82. Nice. I actually like that. That's a good one. That's got a good ring to it. All right, let's see. We should be dry now, so let's take a look. See how Joker's looking. Joker, let's get you in the focus of the lens. Joker came out tight. That's going to be a good paint job on that one, I think. I think we're going to hit a nice paint job on this. And bring her in. Now we can actually see some more, I'm going to say more detail on her. Yeah, you can actually kind of see the fangs now. Gnarl in the fingers, the guts. The guts are going to be an interesting part of this one to paint. And of course, the wings. The legs sticking out from the sides. That one's going to be creepy. Creepy, creepy. Creepy paper. Um, this guy, I think that one, he's going to be a bitch to paint, but I think he's going to be bad. Oh, shit. God damn it, guys. You let me forget. Actually, I let me forget. Sitting there showing all these things off. I look down and I'm like, oh, yeah. Guess what I forgot? I'm going to have to mix up more paint too after just cleaning off the brush. Batman Who Laughs, though, he is definitely, he's going to be something to behold, I think, when he's all put together. Let me see. Brandon, I still got to redo his head, but yeah, yeah, he's gonna look bat ass, pun intended. Shit. Oh, all right. I completely forgot about that. Let me see. Can I unscrew the? I can't unscrew them. Damn it. Shit. This is the thing my wife wants painted black. Shit. Completely forgot about this, and it's got to get done. I promised her I'd do it. And I don't want to get my ass chewed. Like, oh, you could paint everything else. I see, Mr. Streaming Man, but you couldn't get what I asked you to get done, even though it's just a big round circle. Fuck. Let's get some And let's get the mix right. Yeah, well, she doesn't ask me for much. Honestly, that's the one thing I can say. She never asked me for much, and I still disappoint her somehow. So let's try not to disappoint her since she's been so understanding about me streaming for like, 30 hours at a shot or whatever. Taking time away from her. Going to hang out with Smurf and play video games and stuff all night. It's the least I can do. Besides that, my fingers are still black and everything, so not a big deal. Not a big deal. Yeah, thank you for the shout out to Mrs. GAM. If you think it's pretty now, what do you see when the wife's done with it? I'm alright at painting. The wife is unfucking believable. So you have cones in your eyes that let you see color, right? I think the average person like me has like 3 cones in their eyes. The wife has like 4. So she can see a whole nother level of color that I can't see. It's like her superpower, like how my superpower is being lazy. Her superpower is that she can see shades of color and hues that I don't even know exist. She's fucking badass, though. She's a badass. Not in the, hey, you know what's going on there, Gam? Let me tell you something, Gam, kind of way, but badass in a different way. I like 80s fashion. I'm not going to lie. I always liked 80s stuff. It was so bright, obnoxious, and in your face. Like, it really was. All the neon colors, all that. Now, granted, I also always got a kick out of, if you go back and look at girls from that time, how the high talking hair, my God, they would tease their hair up so high. You did paint your fingernails black? Yeah, I never painted my fingernails or any of that stuff. That's crazy. Oh yeah. You want to know what actually blew a hole in the ozone layer back in the 80s? It was all the Aquanet being used. Yeah. Aquanet put in that work. That high talking hair. You got to love it. Damn, I thought I was going to get away. I want to use that runoff either. Shit. All right, let's make sure we're spraying good. Yep. Honestly, I'm an idiot too, because this would have been the perfect time to try out that Mr. Surfacer. And I already mixed the paint and everything else, so I don't want to waste my paint. But it would have been the perfect time. Yeah, she picked this thing up, I want to say, at like a thrift store for like $5 or $2 or something. Somebody, I guess, got the brilliant idea to start putting purple paint on it, and decided, no, I screwed this thing up and sold it off cheap. Another thing the wife asked me to do with the airbrush, and I still have not done it. But I have like this golden snake or whatever. She wanted me to airbrush that for her. I should probably do that. Make it look cool. And if you're wondering why like you can probably still see the inner rings and all that when I spin the thing, I'll be able to hit that end of stuff. And by the way, since I haven't said it in a while, shout out to Stranded. If she's still, she's watching this on the replay. Shout out to you. And of course, I also missed somebody else I didn't shout out. Shout out to Rick James. Slapping bitches since the 80s. Hey Bob, have a great night, and honestly, thank you for contributing, being here, everything else, man. You're always welcome to be here, and I'm glad we could make you smile. You're good people, brother, and hang in there. That's all I can say, and we will see you next time. If unless I'm going way late, in which case I'll see you later on, because you'll probably pop in and ask us why we're all awake. Disco was crazy, yo. Yeah, I don't know. I was past the point. I was definitely past that point by the time I ever started paying attention to music, anything else. I think I've told all you guys. First like tape I owned was I think it was Weird Al in 3D. I used to love that damn thing. And honestly, what's funny is I didn't even understand a lot of the musical reference in it. Like, because he does polka parties where he does a mashup of all the different songs from like that time period. And I didn't understand like the stuff he was making fun of or parody. Like, it just like I thought it was like actual music. I was like, wow, that's actually kind of a cool song. And then as I got older and started learning, about music, I was like, oh, I get it. He's doing a polka version of this shit. Hey, what's going on? It's me, Matty Smurf. I'm chilling over here. I'm just hanging out, playing a little Rocket League on the side, throwing a beat down on these people doing air juggles, showing you guys what's going on this end of the world. Okay. Tell you all about it. Let me tell you what I've been up to. I actually wanted to play Tony Hawk on stream, guys, and I'm not going to be able to do it. Not because of the game, but because of the music that's in the game. And yeah, I could turn off the music, but I'm sorry. When you're playing a skateboard game, if you don't have like, um, impression that I get by the mighty mighty Boz tones playing while you're skating and stuff, you don't hit the rhythm kind of right on those games. End up bailing every trick. Trying to paint around this goddamn gold chain too. I can't even disconnect it. I was hoping it had like switches in here or something where I could take it apart. Nope. No, sir. They didn't make my life easy. What's the latest and greatest? Anything new on the tweets machine or anything? Steve, any good arguments going on other than the whole Civil War stuff over Epstein? Or is it just more of that stuff? More of the stuff we've been hearing about ad nauseum for like a week now. I remember in like yeah, yeah, Madonna. And when she came out, that was mind blowing. Well, actually, you know, I want you to reflect on that time. Think about it. I got to grow up in an era where we had Madonna, Michael Jackson, um, we had Cindy Lauper. We had some really goddamn great pop. We really did. When you look back at that time, like even our pop was a lot of fun. Like Michael Jackson, I'll never forget. Thriller, like the Thriller album. I think everybody had like two copies of that shit. Okay, that's all in black. Damn it, I got the rest of this paint. Yeah, we really did. And it's funny too because most of those 80s bands and stuff, when you go back and listen to them, it's like, oh yeah, what else was on this album? And you're like, yeah, there wasn't really shit. There's like two hit songs now. Something like Cindy Lauper or Madonna and Michael Jackson, you could listen to the whole album, right? Like Thriller in particular. I just you could just put that shit on, just let it play, right? Um, same thing with Madonna. You had like Borderline and all that stuff off her first album. But most of the groups, like you go back and you listen to them and you're like, they maybe had two hits. Like Men at Work won Video of the Year, I think, at the first MTV Video Music Awards for Land Down Under. I think that's who won it, right? And it's like, okay, well, what else did Men at Work do? Oh, who could it be now? All right, now name another song. Uh, I can't remember shit off the album outside of those two songs. Something like Talking Heads. They had a couple hits on their stuff. Duran Duran. You still have cassettes, nothing to play them on. I don't even. Well, this is crazy, right? So, in that vein, Smurf, you're not wrong. I legitimately, it took me 10 goodwills because I wasn't about to spend $120 on a VHS player. I actually got one from 20 bucks from a Goodwill that finally worked to play back a tape I had, like an old school VHS tape, so I could digitize it. And I mean, looked everywhere and could not find one. Like I was like, shit, there should be VCRs everywhere. Like everybody should, but no, they've gone the way of the dodo. You can order a brand new one and they're like 120 bucks. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not willing to spend that 120 bucks for one tape that I want converted. So it really was. It was like 10 different Goodwills I went to. We went from where I lived to Charleston, which is about 4 hours away, just hitting every Goodwill until I finally found a VHS player that they had tested and was working. Well, Steve, I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. Um, but then you have the people that listen to those people. You know what I mean? Like religion. Like it's the same way. You listen to Tim Pool and you take the piss out of him when you're listening to him. You don't take you take everything he says with a grain of salt. But there's definitely people that listen to Tim Pool that listen to him like it's God speaking to him over the internets. It's the same thing. Like pretty sure ABL isn't on the take and isn't like a grifter like that, like paid influencer. But he has the same take as like Ben Shapiro, like almost the identical take. Now that I'm thinking about it, So you do have people that really are in that vein. Um, that that think a certain way. Like, yeah, that doesn't matter. Let's talk about how much revenue we've gotten from tariffs and all this other good stuff. And yeah, what does Epstein really matter? I just think that they, in this case, are the minority, and the majority of citizens, including Democrats, a lot of Democrat voters, are all in the same vein of, yeah, this shit matters because you hyped it up. You barely touched it, dude. I haven't watched Tim Pool stream in so long. The last time I watched it was because ABL was on there, and I wanted to support him. You know what I mean? Um, Not like if I were on Tim Pool, ABL would be tuning in to support me. But on the same note, it's apples and oranges. I still wanted to show support, and I was happy to see as soon as I got in there. There's Steve. There's Sheree. There's name them. Everybody dropped in, like most of the regulars in the chat dropped in to support. So that was kind of cool. Kind of cool seeing like the whole little ABL community there. Well, the ones that I interact with anyway. There's a lot of people in that community I don't interact with. You can always tell if I like somebody because I tell them I stream. I don't know if you guys have picked up on that yet. Yeah, he's a parody of a radio talk show host. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I would like to be like Art Bell someday. You know, do it where maybe we hook up the Discord and get nutty people to call in with woo woo stories. And I won't even fact check them. I'll just let them tell the story because that was the trick to Art Bell was he never let the truth get in the way of a good story. He knew it was bullshit what the guy on the other end was saying, but he would let them talk so that it's a good story. You know what I mean? It's a neat woo woo story. So I've thought about doing stuff like that because I really did dig Art Bell. He was one of a kind. Talking heads, yeah. No, he meant like newsroom talking heads. Yeah, yeah. I could see where that confusion would come in. um, yeah. The man, I'm telling you. Although I got to give it, I'm not gonna lie. Fox News is actually kind of blasting them out because I don't know if they just dislike Trump or they feel like they were lied to when for having Pam Bondi on there telling, saying like, oh, the Epstein files are on my desk and then, or the Epstein client list is on my desk. And then she changed it over and said, no, I meant the files or whatever. But I saw a little segment today and like they were blasting Pam Bondi basically. Rush Limbaugh, I could take or leave. Sometimes I'd tune into him, sometimes I wouldn't. I'd be on a drive and he'd come up on the radio. I have a few stories from my own experience. So there's this one time I was in this fight with a guy because they were making a statue towards me, and we was in Philadelphia. We were on the steps of the art museum, and they made a statue in my honor. And this guy comes up. He's got a mohawk. He got a beard, and he had like a peacock feather as an earring hanging from the side of his head. And he was like, hey woman, yeah, you ain't got no real man. I'll show you a real man. And then I was like, hey, yo, you want to go? We can go right now. You don't talk to my wife like that. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if the rumors are to be believed, and I think you're the one who told me, Steve, that Mr. T voice just tore my throat up. I think you're the one who told me that Cash Patel said on like X or whatever, like, "Yo, I'm not stepping down." That's some nonsense going around. But legitimately, um, it I wonder how that would go. I really do wonder how that would go. If God damn it, I really did fuck myself up with that one. Making fun of you, Smir. If Cash and Dan Bongino said, "Yeah, Trump, it's either me or her," if he would choose Pam Bondi. Now, I think he would choose Pam Bondi. And my reasoning is this: his chief of staff, I can't remember what her name is, Susan something. Apparently, her and Pam Bondi are good friends. So Trump might be like, "Yo, I'm faced with a rough decision. What do you think, chief of staff?" And she's just going to be like, "Yeah, you're going to go with Pam Bondi. She's been loyal to you, all this other stuff. And loyalty really does count for something." But the other thing is, I heard that, and I don't know how true this is, but I heard that they are tuning up Matt Gaetz for some reason. That they're talking about bringing him into the administration in some role. So I'm thinking if everybody keeps up with the Epstein thing, it doesn't resolve, they may bring Matt Gaetz in to replace her. Is this man younger or older than her? Jesus Christ. That's fucking hilarious. Um, yeah. Well, Trump's better than a lot of other presidents. And look, give the devil his due, whether you like him or not. It is impressive how much stuff he has knocked out in like a short amount of time. We're not even like two. It's not like we're like 3 years in the presidency or something. We're still in like what, the first 6 month period, something like that, just over 6 months. He's gotten a lot done. Some stuff I wish he hadn't done. Big beautiful bill. Um, but there's other stuff like he's not wrong when he's listing off all those achievements on like X or whatever and saying like, look, we got peace between Pakistan, India, Congo, and Rwanda. I've done this, I've done that. We're getting billions from tariffs and everything else. We got the big, beautiful bill passed, which I completely disagree with that bill, but that's beyond the point of my argument. He really has knocked out a lot. Like he's done what presidents do in an entire 4 year presidency in 6 months. So you got to give him some kind of credit. But at the same point in time, this one thing is going to haunt your entire presidency until you put it to bed. Until you sit down with everybody, you have a press conference, get Bongino, Patel, and Bondi all to do the press conference, present every finding without skewing it at all, taking even the questions you don't want from the press, clear it all up, explain why you came to the conclusion you did. And I guarantee you there's going to be some good questions from both the left and the right on that one. And then everybody will move on with it. But until you do that, it's going to be that asterisk at the end of the Trump term too. Promised Epstein files, never did anything with them. Promised JFK clarity, never gave us the clarity, just the files. Yeah, I had heard something about that too. That he wasn't at the turning point thing. I watched Megyn Kelly and I watched Tucker on that, and not going to lie at all, they're kind of saying what I'm saying, and they all say the same thing. It's Bondi's fault. It's Bondi's fault. Tucker said something that it was the Kanye West people, not the people, but that actual country, and it's their fault. And why are we, if he was working for them, credibly, why are we covering it up and protecting somebody else? That's their mess, not ours. I kind of agree with him. Oh, that looks nice and pretty. Put this sucker back away. And shout out to Neo Deco, or Neo Echo rather. Even though their brushes are like 50 bucks or whatever, they do a good job. They're a nice little airbrush, especially for a beginner if you're starting out. But shout out to them. As people get models that are about this good for $120 a lot of times, and get the same quality out of them, same lifetime and everything. So shout out to these guys. They really do make a pretty decent product. Cheapest brush. I don't know. You can get like an air compressor and a brush for like $40 and they suck ass. Um, Air compressor, like I have one that's tankless. I think I paid $40 for the compressor and $40 for the brush. So it was like an $80 buy in when I first got my airbrush kit. And that air compressor, the problem is it runs constantly. And even with two moisture traps in the line, like you, because the thing is, when the air compressor gets hot from running constantly, it starts shooting moisture in. That gets mixed in with your paint and it dilutes it. So you have things that you put in the line. Like, let me see if I can find one. Like there's one on the side of my compressor tank. Um, I don't think I have another one just like laying around, but it's basically a moisture trap, and it's supposed to, like, the air goes through it and it takes the moisture out of the air. My compressor got started running so hot when I was doing a lot of airbrushing, like something like I just did, that it actually overpowers. And you just start getting, all of a sudden everything starts running. You're like, what's going on here? Like the paint's coming through, but it's not coating. It's just kind of running off because it's diluting. Bring Joker in here. Big old Joker head. It's diluting your actual paint. Men shouldn't have been in women's sports. To begin with, borders shouldn't have been open. So take care of those things are good, but don't. Okay, right. So reverting this back, well, that's part of the thing with our economy and the big beautiful bill, right? Correcting the culture is important. I don't think anything out. Yep. It's not forever. My bad. Didn't see you there. It's okay. I was in AFK land. The Iran stuff opened my eyes. It wasn't just about Iran. It was the way everyone was acting, propaganda, fear mongering. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong on that, Steve. It was propaganda and fear mongering, like a lot of it. Where when I saw it, I could see all the chess moves from. I wasn't so worried about Iran. I was worried about China, North Korea, and Russia at that point. Myself, and I already did an apology stream because I was like, yeah, I didn't want to fear monger or throw bad shit out there. I just kind of could see the tea leaves and see the way this could possibly play out, and was talking about it. And I didn't do it for clicks or anything like that. I did it for because I was actually worried myself. Um, yeah, and you're right, Eugene. You're not wrong about that. A lot of people were worried about the new Superman movie, that it was going to be woke and stuff like this, because James Gunn did a couple interviews and people took them kind of out of context. And so everybody was writing like Superman's going to be woke, all this kind of shit. And you had the Snyder Bros that were real assholes about the new Superman. But watching that movie, it's not woke. It was actually kind of up the middle and just a good popcorn flick that you turn your brain off for a couple hours. Yeah, you don't see woke, you just see bad writing. Well, the reason why the writing's well, yeah, there is definitely you're not wrong forever. There is lazy writing nowadays, but the thing is, and where it's screwing up is this: they're taking a character saying, okay, it's a black lesbian who who is debating transgender surgery. Okay, that's our main character. Now let's write a story around that instead of like, here's our story. What's our character like? You know what I mean? So they're telling you got to come up with characters, but you got to have the story too. And instead of doing the story first, like I want to do somebody overcoming adversity, for example, we're going to make them the best ever. We're going to make them stronger than everybody else and all this stuff. And it's all based on their identity. That's the woke part of it, in my opinion. Yep. I've been saying that for a while now. That's the whole, like I said, they divide people based on your class, so your money and everything else, your religion, on the color of your skin, your political identity, and they because the whole thing is as a collective, if we ever got on the same page, we would overpower and realize that our government is horns on the same goat, and it would get ugly fast. The people would revolt. And I think that's what scares them more than anything else. I think that's what's got them worried about the Epstein thing is that you've got people actually coalescing around one subject and ignoring everything else. And it's like, oh shit, they're starting to wake up. But yeah, my perspective doesn't shift. Like I've always kind of been up the middle. I just had a lot of hope and faith in some of the people that were put in there. And, big surprise. Guess what? Disappointed. Yeah, I kind of am too, which is why I've started to do more woo woo on here than really paying it. Hell, Bubba called me 7 o'clock tonight. And the two of us were talking. He's like, hey, you got anything new on the news? I was like, Bubba, I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't really been watching it because it's all been Epstein shit. And like, we're never going to get those files, everything else. And Bubba said, yeah, you know what? For the past 3 days, I haven't been watching anything either really with news. And it's like, yeah, I think you guys might have just shot your golden goose because a lot of people weren't really involved in politics or paying attention to politics until COVID hit. COVID hit in 2020. Everybody's locked in the house and everybody was watching it like it was reality TV. And I think because now I think we're going to see a lot more people disenfranchised and not as many people voting, to be honest with you. I think the voter count is going to go down. Right. And there you go, forever. Real life stuff is, no pun intended, but trumping everything else too. Like, shit, I need to keep the lights on. And the economy softened. But the whole thing is, and going back to what I was saying about the big, beautiful bill, what's pissed me off is why are we still at 20, COVID spending levels? Shouldn't the goal have been to not keep spending at the level we're at now, but take it back to 2019 before COVID? Get us in line with that and then cut from there, not cut from this inflated value that COVID brought about. Like it just, something's not right with it to me. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of where I was at with it too, but I had hope. I honestly had hope that Cash Patel, Bongino getting into the FBI would be able to rock it out. I think Megan Kelly said it this way. She goes, let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they're not lying. Maybe they got in there and it was like Geraldo Rivera opening Al Capone's vault. Like, well, shit, there's nothing in here. Maybe it's already gone. Like all the evidence is already gone. Well, that's what weed's for. But I digress. That gives you your sanity back. Just ask Smurf. Smurf's always happy for a reason. Hey, Gam, I was playing this game and yeah, enjoying some smoky refreshments. Problem is, the world's gone insane. So the only way that you're sane in an insane world is to be insane. The only way to keep your sanity, I think, is to coalesce around people that, you don't necessarily agree with, but at least see the craziness for what it is, too. So you're not like looking at something like, yo, am I really seeing a dude with a full beard running down a track meet against like 11 girls and like beating them by like, half the running that lap in half the time they are and getting a gold medal? Like, did I really just see that shit? And somebody going, yeah, I saw a dude do that too. Instead of, no, you just saw a stunning and brave woman. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, well, would trust me, we're getting away from it too. That's one of those things. I bring up the news, all that stuff, because it's what's topical and what's going on. If I based everything on like movie reviews or any of that stuff, we'd run out of movies. We'd run out of TV. We'd run out of music. We'd run it like, unless we're going to start deep diving. And it's one of those things flying by the seat of my pants too, because I'd leave it up to the chat. And if this is what's hot and going on, then we talk about it. But I definitely want to get into more woo woo to an extent. Um, I definitely, if culture is starting to shift again, like the Superman movie, if culture is starting to shift where it's not woke again, maybe we can actually talk about movies and shit and enjoy the conversation and then nerd debates over them. I don't know if it's about 2020. I don't know. I want to see people. I don't want to see people in power fall if they're good people. What I want to see is corrupt and evil people fall. I want to see them be taken out in the town square and shamed. They don't even have to charge them with anything. Like, just shame them so we know who the scumbag is. That's what I want. I don't. And granted, like, yeah, some of them would chip her feet first, right? But I kind of want to see more. Tell me who the villains are. Tell me who the wolf in sheep's clothing is that's actually doing wicked shit behind the scenes. You know what I mean? The guy with the finger on everything, or his little finger and everything, like Littlefinger from Game of Thrones. Show me that guy. I want to know who that is. So then we can go back and investigate him and see all these different little things that go, oh, well, shit, it was him the whole time. And maybe it's not one person. Maybe it's a group of people. Maybe I think it really is just a different bunch of individuals, but not a cabal of people. Like, I don't think it's a bunch of rich, entitled elites. I'm sure there's a faction of them doing stuff to enrich themselves, but I don't think that's the whole story. I think it's little people doing shit to make themselves feel powerful or asserting power in a way. Things got weird before that. Actually, Eugene, I agree with you. They got weirder. I think when things got really weird was Obama's second run. I think Obama's first run, everything was fine, but everything went from hope and change to vote for me or you're a racist. I think that's when things really started to stress and strain, and like politics changed and got it was always ugly, but I think that's when it started to take a nastier turn. Yeah, actually, you did die in 2015. That's true forever. You need to start a podcast and grift the lefties. It's not hard to do. I'm sure, like, to grift lefties, it isn't hard. All you do is yell about how everything, it just take everything that you see that's factual and just flip it backwards and spew it. Yeah, 2012. Like, honestly, yeah, there you go, Steve. Yeah, it was 2012, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, my life changed completely in 2012. I kind of died in 2012 and became a whole different person. It's the year that I got married, and my wife changed my life. I've told you guys this a billion and one times. Probably tired of hearing it, but yeah, yeah, 20. It was 2012, but that's when I saw the dark turn, and then 2015, Trump coming down the escalator, and everybody was like, he was a long shot. I still never forget having a conversation on the overnight shift with my one buddy. His name's actually Steve. And good old Stevie was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to vote for Trump. Like the competition hasn't even whittled down yet. He's just one guy on that stage. It's probably going to go to Jeb Bush. No, I'm telling you, it's going to be fucking Trump. And Stevie does talk like that too. He's from uh, he's from East Jersey, I guess you could say. And Stevie was like, "Nah, it's going to be Trump." And son of a bitch, Stevie wasn't wrong. Yeah, he was not wrong at all. It was exactly Trump. Jesus Christ, forever. Sometimes you just got to pull the trigger and do it, brother. What about the guy that stream sniped ABL? That really hit you? What was it about that guy? Like I said, the sad part was that dude, he actually had an honest take and one that I agree with. If he hadn't done shit the way he did it, I honestly probably would have subbed to him or something, you know? Like he had a good take on it, in my opinion. It was just the way he went about it with ABL, I did not like. Yeah, I don't buy into the Ethiopian calendars, the Mayan calendars, any of that shit. I think I got fooled a long time ago when it came to 20 or the year 2000, and nothing really happened. I think that ruined that whole woo woo for me because I was fully invested that some shit was going to happen in the year 2000. I don't know what his channel was. I can't remember. I put it in the Discord. Like I linked and actually skipped right to the part because it's the last 15 minutes he does, and you can visibly see him getting nervous because he said a lot of shit that, like I said, if that goes out and YouTube gets a hold of it, and as a matter of fact, I told Sheree I got a copy of it, a hard copy. So even if he deletes the video and ABL wants to pursue it, he can take him out. You know, like he can still go after him. He's got some kind of recourse. Because I'm sorry, I don't play that shit, man. Like I don't like that shit. I'm not gonna play that shit. I don't play dirty. You guys, it's public knowledge that somebody, you know, I said something about somebody, they got all upset and told people unsubscribe, started talking smack, all this kind of stuff, right? You have not heard me say unsub from that channel, do not watch this person, you know, none of that. None of that shit came out of my mouth. It was I hope everything goes smooth for you and you continue to have success. That's what came out of my mouth. because there's a better way of handling things. Which was very disrespectful, though, Smurf. The guy who stream sniped him. Okay, so what you're discussing there with the Ethiopian Bible is in the Book of Jubilees. And the Book of Jubilees says that there are, I want to say, 254 days in a year. That's what you're talking about. It goes against the Roman Greco calendar, right? It's like 300 and I can't remember the number offhand, but it's the Book of Jubilees, which is an apocryphal text in the Ethiopian Bible. I'm waiting because I had to order a different book. Like, hold on a second, let me grab it because I'll show you the book that I got, and it's not the one I wanted. Ethiopian Bible and English complete my ass cheeks. This book does not have the Book of Enoch, First Enoch. It doesn't have the Book of Jubilees. It's got a whole bunch of other books, but not those two books in particular, and they're the most important books that I want to read through. So yeah, but that's the big debate with the Book of Jubilees. You can look it up on Google. Just Google it and use the AI. It'll tell you the exact number of days that this has in it, but it's under the Book of Jubilees. Just why isn't it canon in the Bible? And it's because of the day, the year calendar, because it works out to like even or whatever every time. Eugene, I think the Book of What? Yeah. So the one I've got on order is all 88 of the apocryphal texts that are not in the Bible were labeled non-canonical, and they're all in the Ethiopian Bible. It's basically a collection of extra stories and what have you. But that's what I wanted to read, and I got that instead, and it's fine. I'll keep that book. It's got some of them in there. I only know Jubilee through X Men. Going to shoot some fireworks out of your fingertips? Yeah, the way he did it. Yeah, Smurf, I agree with you, man. That's what I'm saying. He went about it in a foolish way, but I think he even said on there because ABL said something like 28-year-old, and he says on his stream, he's like, I'm not 28, I'm only 26. And, called ABL like a 70-year-old man or whatever. But when ABL's younger than I am, he honestly is. He's like 42 or 3, right, guys? But yeah, it was just he went about it in a bad way, in my opinion. And that I can't respect. Like, oh no, we're agreeing. That's in the Book of Jubilees. I'm just saying the exact days and all that, but that's what you're talking about the Roman Greco calendar versus the way it's written. But that's why they threw the Book of Jubilees out of the King James Bible, I guess, or made it non-canonical because the number of days that they're saying in the Book of Jubilees does not line up. I'm agreeing with you. Yes. Yeah. The name calling got to me too. It's like, it's one thing if you're face to face and you got the balls to say it, you know, it's another thing entirely if you're doing it on a stream and acting some kind of way. And then I guess the part that bothered me the most about the whole thing, Smurf, I've I've done streams where I failed. I've done streams where I've gotten in arguments with people and everything. They're still up. I'm not going to hide that shit. I said it, I meant it, and I'm here to represent it. Like, and when I'm wrong, I say I'm wrong. I apologize. but I'm honest. And, I'll leave it up there, warts and all. You can always read the chats on the side. There's a reason why outside of gaming, I always have, because with gaming, I need the full damn screen. If I had dual monitors, I'd have the chat hooked up on the side. But since I'm running off of one monitor or one giant ass TV or whatever, when I game, I fill up the entire screen. Um, and I'm too lazy to look up how you get the chat where it's always on the left or the right or whatever. Because honestly, to me, it's a distraction when I'm watching somebody stream and I see that shit scrolling. Like, I would rather see the actual stream log. The world ended in 1999. We are in the Matrix. Well, that would be amazing. Because no bullshit there. I would be bending all kinds of rules and like dodging bullets and flying right now. But unfortunately, nah. And I had to install programs on people's computers just to make sure that when the date rolled over to 2000, it actually counted as 2000 and not 1901, or 1900. You can always trust. You can always trust an GAM. You can always trust an honest man to be honest, honestly. Okay, just saying. There's some Smurf wisdom. We say it this way though. You can always trust a Smurfy man to be Smurfily. Okay, that's how I say it. Eugene, what the hell? Why? What? Dear Lord, man. Why were you? Why were you showing that part of yourself off on stream? Okay, yeah. Well, if you got your credit card information shown, you can just clip that shit right out. You can go into the YouTube Studio editor and cut it. But yeah, you don't want to leave that kind of information on the interwebs. Oh, hell no. Yeah, I was going to say forever. It probably does have streams. I'm sure there's video of me somewhere. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure there's definitely somebody with a videotape out there, some shit I did when I was younger, and like, oh God. But I'm well past the criminal statute on anything I've ever done when I was a kid, allegedly. Don't worry, Sheree. I know you're away from the PC, but I said allegedly. Yeah, I know forever. We know. We know. Um, yeah, it's like I said, getting into woo woo and stuff. And hopefully I don't upset Danny and Devin because I'll be asking them questions after I read through these books. Now, granted, I could grab the PDF files off of, and I mean that as the actual PDF files, but you can download the Book of Jubilees. You can download the Book of Enoch. The problem is they're abridged versions. I want unabridged. I want the actual raw text with the translation next to it so that I'm not, my wife taught me this a long time ago because she is a bibliophile. So everything doing books. And she's like, yeah, unabridged or abridged. We got copies of each. I'm like, what the hell's the difference? She's like, you really don't know. I said, no. She's like, they take shit out in the abridged. Stuff that's offensive now, stuff like this. If you read the unabridged in the original text, sometimes there's shit in the story that changes. So I always go for unabridged, and it's like that's what I ordered. 88 books. They're unabridged and all this because I almost got another one that had all 88 books, but it was an abridged version. I was like, well, I can just get the PDF files for that. But yeah, the Book of Jubilees, that one is non-canonical because of the years or how many days are in a year. And definitely I want to look at that and actually break that down on a normal calendar and see how much time do we lose? You know what I mean every year. Like for all I know, the year 2000 was really the year 1963 or some shit. You learned about it from Monty Python sketch. That's awesome. Yeah, see, that's the other thing is astronomy, right? So, yeah, solar progression, movement in the stars, all that stuff. That's cool, but I don't know, there's full validity to it now. Definitely people had a reason to be watching the stars a long time ago, and I don't think it had to do with aliens. I think it had to do with asteroid impacts or meteorite impacts or something like that. Like if the Leonids that we go through every year and we see all the like little meteorites and all that, you see the meteor showers. I'm wondering, like maybe those were a lot bigger at one point in time. People had to run for cover. It would explain stuff like, God, what is it? Something. It's one of the teppies. It's not a Gobekli Tepe, but it's a tepe, and I want to say Turkey, and it's just all underground. Like literally, a city could live underground in it. It has like ventilation shafts and everything dug out of the rock. And it's like the only reason I can see that you would do that is you're afraid of something hitting you from the sky. Yeah, and what you just said there about if we had 13 months in a year, right? Because you have leap years too, right? Where you lose a day or whatever. But yeah, that's just it. The Book of Jubilees goes into all that. Like everything goes to even. It's all even every year. We don't skip. We don't have leap years in that calendar and stuff like that. Unless it was peeping Tom and bird watching. Jesus Christ, forever. The age of feces. Are we talking about feces now? Is that like shit Spears talk? When are you talking about this age of feces? Oh, Pisces. Pisces, my bad. Yeah, I mean, like I said, you're getting to astrology at that point, and I don't know. I mean, I look at stuff, some of the woo woo stuff I like looking at, like the Sphinx, for example. You're going to tell me that thing always had a human face, but they just stuck it on the lion's body? Nah, that shit was a lion's head and they carved it down into a human face. You know what I mean? Later on. Stuff like that. It's just, you look at it and it's like, it's kind of obvious. That could possibly be. You might be right there with the moon being for the years and the sun being for the days. Could be. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I had some answers to some of that shit. But then again, that's why I'm getting some of the stuff I'm getting, like books, because I think you guys are right about that. About politics. Smurf's been saying that to me for a long. Again, why are you always talking about the news? Why are you talking about politics? Why do we go into this shit? And I always tell him because I watch shit like, you know, not knocking them, but ABL, and it's like I got half the story from. There's other facts to this story. There's stuff you neglected to touch on that I want people to be informed and make a more informed decision. So if I can add to that and clarify it, well, then I feel like I'm being helpful to everybody. The best Pieces is Reese's. Nice. Yes, it's Reese's Pieces, not Reese's Pieces. It always cracked me up. I'd always get somebody, oh, you got some Reese's Pieces. I'd be like, no, they're Reese's Pieces, mother. You can't have none now. No, you go away. You get no candy for you. Wait, Elmo, as in the Muppet from Sesame Street? You're talking about the little Tickle Me Elmo, like Elmo needs a hug. That shit, like that account, and everybody's still mad at him. Yeah, I can believe it, dude. The Elmo story is the top trend. Holy shit! All right, my question is, who hacked the account? One, or who's the person behind the account that feels that way and decided to voice that opinion? Leo Terrell is popping off about what? And going after free speech. You mean like cutting 1A to, yeah, you can say all this stuff, but you can't say this stuff, like censor list? Man, I will tell you what. You want to lose your entire goddamn base? Go off of that. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to. Hopefully, my wife is available. She's not busy reading or doing something. I'll be right back. I got to give her this blackout. Dear Lord. Oh, God. I'm falling all over the place here. Thank you, Sheree. Thank you. Yeah, I thought I inserted that right, and you weren't here to police me, so making sure I don't get myself in some shit. Yep, you got it, Eugene. That is a great way of putting it. You know, I don't want the world to change around me, but I'm not. Well, wait, I said that ass backwards. Evolve. I don't want to be the one that's evolving. The world's not evolving with me. I want everybody to evolve at the same pace. I think it just works out for better for everybody if everybody's evolving. Let's move these guys in here. And here. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a full blackout of shit to paint. Yeah, I would have been laughing too if I saw that next to Elmo's picture. Like, what the hell? Oh my god. Yeah, like, well, you know what? If parents are letting their kids on X and following Elmo, that's a goddamn problem, in my opinion. I don't even go on X because it's a toxic waste pit. I definitely wouldn't let my child go on X to go wade around in that muck. You know, Homo tweeted, release the files. Oh my god. Yeah, where is six? Six. Where are you? Stop hiding in the background. I know you're there, sir. Come in here and we're at 12:47. Six, I summoned thee. I hate. I can't do the TikTok. Although I hate to say this, guys. Mm. Mm. Sheree said this to me, and she's probably right. I'm gonna have to go to TikTok and get an account on it just to lock the account down. Oh, what's fake news, Eugene? What do we got that's fake now? What has somebody done that is fake news? Put that over there like that, I guess. Just trying to move all the pieces, parts in so we can see what we painted today or got blacked out so I can get a good screenshot. Yeah, X is pretty good for news because people are up to the minute on it, up to the second in a lot of cases. But yeah, you're right. It can be a nasty trap. Like I don't know necessarily I would call it a public square because that's how it's been suggested. Oh, well, it's now the public square. Now it's the public square. It's more like I can spew as much shit as I want, not have any real world repercussions for most of it. Every now and again, yeah, but for the most part, you can just talk whatever you want, whatever nonsense you want, and kind of get away with it on X. Like nobody's going to show up at your house and beat your ass for it, unless Jay and Silent Bob, make a movie. Yeah, I can't take TikTok because I have it would kill my attention span. Like it's bad enough I have pretty much like ADHD or whatever. And something like that would take that and put it in overdrive. Like I do that shit with YouTube. Like I start going down rabbit holes, and but the thing is I'm watching like 20, 30 minute videos, an hour video, hour and 20 minutes, whatever. If I got all that information in like 30 seconds, I would talk about stuff that is just complete woo woo bullshit and 90% of the context missing. How many people want to kick some ass? I do. I do. Eugene. Well, hopefully you'd still be watching me, Eugene. Damn it. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. I don't know that I need that kind of. I get that shit from video games. I'm not gonna lie, playing video games. Like, look at the other night, and honestly, I'm gonna make a short clip of that too, Smurf. because it's got to be on my stream. I'm gonna have to go to the stream and find when when the troll bust through the wall of the house and just collapsed all those boxes last night. Stuff like that. Like it's like you son of a bitch, but we're laughing while it's happening. Like it wasn't real fun. It's seriously, if I was watching that, I would have been in hysterics. Like if I had been the one watching somebody streaming, and all of a sudden this troll just appears through the wall with a giant log and just clubs out everything. I know you can post longer than 30 seconds. Um, I don't know. I it, I don't know. I don't know what it is about TikTok. There's just something about it that I feel like it'd fry my neurons because I wouldn't go for the long form. I would go to YouTube for the long form. It would be like the quick dopamine hit from watching a funny video, like you guys just said. The quick dopamine hit of watching a dog, take a shit on somebody else's lawn and then run off dragging its ass or something. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Stuff like that I do find funny, you know, but at the same point in time, I also know myself, and some rabbit holes I have to be careful not to get sucked into because you get too deep on some of this shit, and then unfortunately my brain, like the whole Adam and Eve thing, and then other people and stuff like this, and then thinking about it and like, well, wouldn't that create a race of genetic mutants? Because if even first cousins have kids, a lot of times they have birth defects and everything else, shit like this. And I'm like, well, then if we put that in biblical lore, and almost every religion has an Adam Eve myth, it's like, man, this ain't good. That means we're all related. We're just distant relatives of the same branch. No way, Steve. Yeah, I wouldn't. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't look up anything on there, Sheree. If I were to do anything, I would just post stuff and never look at anything else. I couldn't. I couldn't. It would drive me nuts. I would be too. I'm too afraid of falling into a simplistic rabbit hole that I can't get out of. And that's just me knowing myself. That's just me knowing internally. This is what I'll end up doing with that shit. But as far as securing an account over there, it's not a bad idea. Sheree mentioned that to me a long time ago, and honestly, it's probably not a bad idea. Really not a bad idea. And to be honest with you, if I put stuff up that was fun, like little quick snippets, do the 30-second videos, get people hooked on that dopamine stuff, maybe it'll drive traffic over to here. So, but I don't know if I've mentioned this before. Laziness kind of is my superpower. By the way, Six, you can weigh in now, buddy. I know you're out there. Yeah, see, the ones that I got down talking about rabbit holes. One of the rabbit holes I fell into was the survival skills rabbit holes, where like you get the two kids and they go out in the woods and they build like a water filtration system, and then they have to build a house, and then they build like all kinds of different stuff. And what finally pulled me out of that damn rabbit hole was a whole bunch of people started doing this. So it was filling my feed basically on YouTube. And I started noticing things in the background of the video, like, I don't know, tracks from where somebody came in with a backhoe and we're digging out the holes for them and stuff like this. And like looking at the ground and going, yeah, with the stuff that you guys are using for a shovel, you couldn't get through that type of ground. Like it would take you like 6 months to get down a foot. Like, what's going on here? And then realize they're using a backhoe. Yeah. Well, that's not entirely true, Eugene. They could have been Amish when they were kids and then left the Amish community. I think that's how it goes, is if I remember correctly. You get a time when you're like, I think 18 years old, maybe 21, I'm not sure. But you're allowed to leave the community for a year and then come back to it. So it's definitely possible. And some people actually don't go back to the community. They abandon that way of life. Others come screaming back. Yeah, I mean that's an oxymoron to me though. Some Amish use that's where I'm saying that's an oxymoron to me, or Mormon or whatever the hell it's called. Because the whole idea of the Amish is they do everything in the old way. They don't even have electricity. Like Pennsylvania Dutch country, those Amish, yeah, no electricities. So if somebody's like doing that, they're not. They could follow the ways of the Amish, but they're not Amish that I can think of. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Different sex, right? Okay, cool. But they're not the Amish that I think of when I say Amish, like at all. It's the same way people, I mean, shit, we do this with everything. What's the difference between a Zionist and a Hasidic Jew? What's the difference? Right? They're definitely different, but when somebody says they hate all the Jays or something like this, they're including all of them and not breaking down the sex. Like that's part of the problem. And what do I always say? Never all of anything. Because you have different factions. You have different sects. You have different individuals. Yeah. Got to build a barn. Now I'm going to build another. Been spending most my life living in the Amish paradise. Oh my God, he's trending under family and nostalgia. Yo, whoever hacked his account, like, well, here's the thing though. Don't they usually nail people out like almost immediately for hacking somebody's account on Twitter? So you know Elon Musk is just letting this run. Like he's still pissed at Trump over the whole BBB thing. So I'm wondering if Elon Musk is like, no, let the hacker have fun. I mean, that's from our man Steve on the streets. Steve is Steve is standing here at Sesame Street, and he has he has reports of Elmo going on Twitter and saying things that well aren't pretty. Steve, take it away. Thanks, Gam. I am standing on the street corner of Sesame Street. Oscar the Grouch, how do you feel about this? Yeah, Man of Steel opened in the middle of superhero mania, though. But by comparison, you better hope that movie does as well, if not better than Man of Steel. Just remember, anything in that time period that Marvel put out crossed $1 billion. Their marker was $1 billion. Just saying. $1 billion. And then I want you to go look at the box office return for Thunderbolts, Captain America, Brave New World, and well, we'll see with Fantastic Four. But I guarantee you they didn't even come close to breaking even on their budget, which was probably 250 to 500,000 or $500 million. I bet you it was break they you have to double whatever your budget is to break even because of advertising and everything else for a movie to be considered a success. I think Superman had $120 million opening weekend, and I think it was 225. So they're going to have to hit $450 million to break even on Superman at the box office. But the big thing is, it's well received by audiences. Audiences definitely like it. The other thing is this when it comes to Man of Steel in particular. So, yes, it was a Zack Snyder film, but you knew who helped him with it? Christopher Nolan, because he was doing the Batmans at that time. He actually had input on it. And it wasn't until Snyder went and did Batman vs. Superman and Justice League, regardless if it's Justice League or the Snyder cut, that was all Zack Snyder. And we see how those did. No, no. Superman, my wife said it best. My wife said it best. She said, I really like the Superman movie, everything in it except for Superman. Guy looked like Superman, like he looked like him and everything else, but the way that he was portrayed on screen, she's like, he got the hell beat out of him the whole time. He was kind of the weakest one in the movie. She's like, that would have been a better movie if it followed the Justice Gang, in particular, Mr. Terrific. She's like, it was a better Mr. Terrific movie than it was a Superman movie. And she's not wrong. But what it did do right, I'm all for. I enjoyed the movie. What it did right, I'm 100% for. Oh my God. You know, he's arguing, Elmo's arguing with the parents now. Jesus Christ. That's, that's terrifying. Oh my God. You're kidding me. Dear Lord, Elmo's going ham. Yeah, I got about it, and we can get into the Superman debates, but give it another 2 weeks, and then I'll be ready to debate Superman because I want to give everybody enough time to have seen it too. I don't want to get in because I got to go into spoiler territory, heavy spoilers, to give my full take on what I did not like about the movie. There was stuff I like better in Man of Steel. There was stuff I like better in this Superman movie. I can only leave it at that. Like I said, give it about 2 weeks. Just because I've seen it, you've seen it, maybe a couple of other people have seen it. Not everybody that wants to see the movie has seen the movie. I will wait till I give everybody an ample opportunity to get to the cinema to see the movie or, surf the high seas and go find the movie and watch it. Because if I start blowing off spoilers, wait, like first weekend of the movie, it's going to ruin everybody's experience of seeing the movie. Fair, but I will say this: Richard Donner's the actual Donner cut of Superman 2 and the original Superman the movie are still the best movies. And why? Because they showed me that I believe a man can fly watching them. That's why. Oh my God. Oh, goodness. Well, but it always gets interesting. Man on the street, Steve, you never fail me. Elmo's gone ham. Oh, did it, Sheree? I still haven't watched I guess they're calling it the third season, but really to me, it's just the second season part two. And I think that's it, right? That's the end of it. They're not doing another one after. Oh my God, Steve. Oh my God. Yeah, it is. It's part two, Sheree. That's what I figured because when season two, I thought they were just taking a hiatus and they were doing it in like part one, part two. Because of the way the second season ends, I'm like, man, that's a rough place to end. Yeah, I'll watch it. I'll watch it over the next couple days. I'll put it on and just grind through it real quick because I think it's only 6 episodes. But they do this with anime too, unless it's something where they're going to pick it up in like a month or two. They'll keep rolling it, right? But if it's like the end of a season, I think it's because they're afraid it's going to get canceled or the animation studio is going to move on to something else. At the end of every season, they kind of give it a sort of definitive ending, but still leave it open enough where they can continue the story. You know what I mean? I have not watched Three Body Problem. I swear to God, I heard a review on it and they said it wasn't that good. They said read the books, don't watch it. Was it good, Eugene? Hey, yo, Gam, give me a chance to see the movie first, or I'm gonna schedule a championship bout, and then I'm gonna have to show you what I taught Ivan Drago in the ring, what I taught Clubber Lang, Apollo Creed in the second movie, and Tommy Gunn out in the streets too. I'm gonna show you what happens when you try knocking me down. You only saw a review of it and it seems good. I mean, it's an interesting concept, and I can't even remember the concept off the top of my head. I'm not gonna lie, but I remember seeing somebody review it. They didn't spoil it or anything. They said it was all right, but the book is way much better, or the actual story is way better. I started to watch this Korean show, and I watched the first season of it, and they put out a second season, and I don't even remember what the hell the name of the show is, but it's like these demons start showing up and just like basically they'll show up and mark out a person. They hear a voice, tells them how much time they got left, and then the demons show up and just start mauling them. And then they think it's because of evil they're doing in the world. And then they find out that like an infant that has done nothing wrong, like can't have any sin, and the demons mark him out. And like they're trying to protect the baby. And I can't remember the name of the damn show. It's on Netflix, but it's like a Korean show, and it's kind of cool. But then the ending to it was like, I don't know about this. So I haven't watched the second season of it. But yeah, exactly, Sheree. I don't know why they do that too. Like they just stopped that show right in the middle, and I was like, damn, it's this is getting good. It's not like it's like Tiger King where you have to wait to see what happens with his court dates and everything, and they're way off in the future. So you're of course you're going to stop the season right here and continue it after the court cases kick in. The only problem with Tiger King was that it was in the news as soon as everything went down. So I didn't even care about a second season of Tiger King because I'm like, well, if he got out, then I'd want to watch it. But no, he's still in jail. So what the hell's the point? Like some shows are like that. Definitely like that. They hook you in for a good first season. Another one I never watched was Umbrella Academy. Somebody had said that was good, and they're like, the second season is terrible. Don't bother. You're going to waste your time. I was like, damn it. And there's six. Tiger King. Yeah. Tiger King, dude, the first season of Tiger King, though, going into the backstory, honestly, I felt bad for the Tigers the whole time. That's what I felt bad for. I was like, especially the one scumbag that was like just trying to get girls and stuff like that by handling the cubs and all. I was like, man, that's some stuff. He didn't even care about the animals. Yeah, I mean, at this point though, something happened and I don't know what. I guess it hit July and they dropped so many damn animes. Like I must have on any given day, I think with the exception of like Saturday is the dry day for me. But I have no less than three, I'm going to say animes every day coming out that I watch. New shows, old shows that have like a second, third, fourth season. Like Rise of Shield Hero is now on season 4. That finally debuted. Stuff like that. Like so, I'm watching everything in Japanese and reading translations. But it's been like pretty good. Pretty good. There's some fun stuff out there because the Japanese they do some like they come up with some out of the box concepts. Like I'm watching one that's called I was reincarnated as a vending machine and now I wander the dungeon. Can't make it up. Dude gets reincarnated as a vending machine in like a medieval dungeon. People have to funnel gold coins in them to keep them alive and like buy stuff from him and he can switch into different vending machines. Dude, forever ugly fighter is like it's only one episode in, but that shit was a oh my god. Yes. Yes, that is a good one. So legitimately it's a guy and there's this way that you can go into another world and you can basically kind of be what you want, right? So if you want to be like say you're a big fat ugly person, you can go into the other world and become like a handsome, strapping gentleman or whatever. But this dude, he's ugly as it is, and he thinks it's a joke. So he's like, I'm all right with being ugly. So I'm just going to keep it. And matter of fact, you know what? I'm going to knock my ugly points down to like negative 25,000 or something. It was something, some ridiculous number. And he's like, it's like right in descriptions of stuff that can hurt you. And he's like, okay, no problem. If a woman touches me, I lose 10% of my health. If if I have sex with a woman, I'll instantly die. Right, stuff like this, because he's just basing it off his regular life. He gets sucked into the world, but the thing is, they give him, I think it was like 2.5 trillion bonus points for all the stuff that he took because it's all negative. So he's like super, super OP. Like it literally, like he assigns all his points and it's like a new god has been born and they're fighting these monsters and he like flicks one in the head. And next thing you know, you just see like the monster get blown all the way up into outer space. Like he's like ridiculously OP. But it's funny as hell because he's like a big fat slob and everything else in the world. But he's like god tier. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying forever. Like the second episode came out today. I haven't seen it yet. That probably dropped like earlier, but I'm still catching up on stuff that came out yesterday. Like I'm still watching stuff from 2 days ago when I was streaming because I streamed for the past 4 days. So I'm legit. I'll watch a couple animes, pass out, wake up Because like one of them was I got scooped up by oh God, what is it? I got scooped up by an S rank party. That one's not bad. That one's okay. There's one though. It's called the Shy Hero and the Three Assassin Princesses, and it's hysterical because the guy is like real shy, but he's super powerful. And these three girls form a party with him. And like the thing is, they all want to kill the hero. One of them is a demon that she's like the demon lord's daughter, and she wants respect from her father. So she kills the hero because the hero is going to kill the demon lord. So she wants respect from her father for taking him out. Another one wants to make him her love slave. And then the third one is like a professional assassin with a 99.9% success rate. So they're all fighting over who's going to kill him and everything else. But he ends up saving their asses like constantly. And every time one of them gets like, compliments him or all that, he freezes in place. Like he doesn't know what to do. It's actually funny as hell. The Tao of Pooh. Yes. Yeah, Tao Te Ching. I remember they did the Tao of Pooh because of it. But that's what I'm saying. Like the Japanese, they do weird shit. Some shows kind of get formulaic, especially when it comes to isekai, which is somebody going into a different world, right? Like we're being reincarnated in a different world. A lot of them get kind of formulaic, but they always have some kind of different twist, different thing that's just outside the box. One of my favorites for it that I saw recently was it was like the Osan adventurer trained to death by the greatest party, and it's basically this guy who's middle aged. He's like in his 30s, and he decides he wants to become an adventurer. And he comes across like this orc who's like mad powerful, and he's got like a whole party with him. And it turns out they're like the greatest fighters, the most powerful people, and all that stuff. And they train him for 3 years, and he becomes like he's so OP, but he doesn't know he's OP. He thinks he's like a weakling because of the ranking system. He's like E rank or whatever. And it turns out that the orc took him basically into a time warp where he can die and be reborn. So for those 3 years, it would equivalent to like 100 human years, and they kill him over and over and over again. Like, hey, all right, you got to move this boulder over that mountain, or carry it on your back and carry it over the mountain. The guy's like struggling with it and everything else, falls off the mountain. The boulder lands on him, crushes him. The orc's like, well, resurrection time, boom, and brings him back to life. And he keeps doing it to train his body, and he becomes so powerful. They're like, yeah, he's actually one of the most powerful one out of all of us. He just doesn't know it. Yeah, get some rest, Eugene, and yeah, we'll look forward to your music drop tomorrow. I'll definitely be leaving a comment on it. I'll let you know if I think it's a banger, or if it's, like wasn't for me. I'll let you know. I'll be honest. Good night and best of luck, and looking forward to it tomorrow, Eugene. Wait, what is Leo Terrell's position? What is he now the new the Ministry of Information? Like, Ministry of Censorship or whatever the hell the government agency is now? Is that what Leo Terrell's doing? I wrote DC has hope in the title. Didn't even explain what I meant by that. I kind of did. But if this Superman keeps trucking the way it goes, DC beating Marvel in the box office, it'll be the first time since 2008, I think, that has happened. And that's what I meant by that. I better get that in there as a disclaimer. Also, shout out to Stranded Lifeform. If you've made it this far, shout out to you. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what Leo Terrell's position is, Steve, but it does make sense. Give him the only thing is, man, like, I'm telling you what, playing with fire is the only way I can describe it. You start cracking down on people's speech, you start doing it, and it's going to be a pushback. You've already got pushback going on. It's not smart. This is not the way to play this game. You start walking around like you walk on water and can't do anything wrong, shit's going to bite you right in the ass. It goes back to what I say, allegedly. If you're going to do a crime, you better plan to get caught, because the moment you think you can get away with anything is the moment you get caught, allegedly. Sheree, thank you very much. Like, seriously, thank you very, very much. God damn, you're the greatest mod on these interwebs. Yeah, cracking down on people's don't tell me what I can't say. Okay, yes, I don't like I will throw you the fuck out of my chat for serious racial slurs, but that's because I find it abhorrent. You can go talk that nonsense somewhere else, right? You still have a right to say it. I'm just not opting to hear you. So I guess you can kind of call me a censorer in that way, but legitimately, um, if it's not threatening somebody, it's your opinion and everything, you're allowed to voice it, I may not agree with you and I may admonish you, but you're still allowed to have that. Don't take that away from somebody. You're not my real dad. Yeah, that's just it. Like, the whole thing is, oh my god, I better not turn on the news tomorrow and everything will be about Elmo's account on X. And I guarantee you there's going to be somebody covering it and going in about it and all that kind of shit. This is just getting worse and worse. Like, this rabbit hole is not a good rabbit hole, guys. We need to switch timelines again. Gotta wait. What the hell just happened? I just watched the chat jump. What just happened, guys? Oh, Bean said something and retracted. Okay. This is Elmo's world now. You just living in it. I don't know, but just remember, the chat's running on the side of the screen, so whatever you said will permanently be locked in there. Just a warning to anybody who's chatting. Just a heads up, guys. Like, all it's because I looked at the chat I was like, I swear to God, I just saw something and it just disappeared in front of my eyes. What the? And then looked over at my actual, like, lock screen for the chat, and it was like message retracted. I'm like, oh, okay. It's Screwed me up for a minute though. You made me think I was going nuts. I was like, has Sheree gotten angry? Somebody has said something naughty. Sheree has been activated. You had a speech? Was it? Sometimes life knocks you down, kid, and you got to get up. You can't just lay there. When life hits you, you got to get back up and you got to hit harder. Damn it, Sheree's retracted messages now. Well, I don't know what you feel bad about because I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't even see what the message was, so it's on you. I don't know. I have no clue. And if it's any consolation, unless somebody's actually like going back to check chat log, which nobody ever does, then don't even worry about it. It's a fart in the wind on a 5 hour stream, almost six. So whatever you said is probably erased anyway for history. Agent Sheree, I said she listens, not she. I said she listens, not watches. LOL. Yeah, like I said, I got blessed. I got the greatest mods on these interwebs. I'm serious on that one too. Thank you, Sheree. If I haven't said it tonight, thank you. Thank you for having my back in this crap. I know one of these days I'm gonna open my mouth and you're gonna be like GAM, and I'm just gonna be like, thank God. Been a couple times where you've been like, allegedly he's not giving advice and shit like that. And I'm like, yeah, good call. But thank you, and thank you. Shout out to Rick James too for being cool, for being cool and not smacking me like a bitch. Appreciate you too. Rick is a good dude. I don't know. I don't know, Six. I don't know what you missed. Wait, were you washing dishes or were you washing your balls? Wait, hold on. I've read that fucked up. I'm sorry. Hold on. Okay, yeah, you were washing dishes. For some reason, the brain did that whole switcheroo with words thing. And I was like, wait, dishes. I was washing my balls. I'm like, wait, that doesn't make sense in my brain. Wait, something's wrong here. You better be careful, Gam. You got to remember, I took down Russians in Afghanistan. I've gone over to Vietnam and saved POWs. I fought Spider Rico, Clubber Lang, Ivan Drago. I fought Simon Phoenix. You ain't nothing, Gam. You ain't nothing but a tomato. Two balls, one sink. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Yeah, we must be getting at that time of night. Hey, we're definitely we're rounding the corner, I think, on this one, guys. I still can't believe you guys listen to me for like the bulk of you guys have listened to me for 4 days straight and still aren't sick of my mouth. And shout out to any of the new people we've picked up, new subs, all that kind of stuff. That's awesome. Definitely a little closer to the goal. 100 by Christmas. I know it's an arbitrary goal, but this is the goal my moderator has set for me, so grinding towards it. Poor CLB. He messaged me back. He's like, I'm just leaving the movie theater. I don't know how long you're streaming for. For a long goddamn time, dude. Have a good night, Beans. I wasn't wrapping it up right now, Sheree. Jeez. Unless you gotta go. I understand if you gotta go. I figure I'd go a couple more minutes, maybe smoke a cigarette. Do the whole thank you. Give the shout out to Stranded, which another shout out to Stranded right there. Have a good night, Beans. Thank you for dropping in. Thank you for listening, even when you couldn't be interactive. Appreciate you. But yeah, yeah, it's a shame, but I'm gonna have to start investigating other topics because I am kind of getting tired of politics too myself, and unfortunately, we kind of had a hero for a minute there, and I was smacked back to reality. There are no heroes in politics. What'd you find out, Forever? You said you found out something shocking. What'd you find? Thank you, Sheree. Great mod, even better friend. Let's see, what do we got? I forgot the women's pay per view was tonight. Completely forgot about it. For WWE, they did the Evolution 2025. I'm gonna have to. Oh, I'm gonna have to catch up on that too. God damn it, GAM's catching up. Oh, dude, shout out to your mom. That is amazing. Good job. That's awesome. Yeah, making me look like a nub that I am. That's awesome, Forever. That's actually awesome. Yeah, congratulations. Hopefully she keeps going. That'd be awesome if your mom gets monetized, get some passive income going. That would be fantastic. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, people keep telling me like you got to do shorts, you got to do this, you got to do, and I'm like, I'm lazy. Let me just fire up the camera, fire up the mic. That takes enough time to set up. What the hell more do you want from me? Yeah, but you know what? It's something that people are probably enjoying. Just tell her not to read her comments section. Oh shit. I better mail. We better get David's shit mailed out soon. Apparently, Trump's going to impose 30% or propose 30% tariffs on European imports, which means they're going to probably hit us back. So the tariff tax on the package I'm going to send them is going to go through the roof. Not a good thing. Not a good sign. Not good. So according to, and the only other thing I'm seeing in the news right now, actual mainstream news, is Joe Biden apparently did an interview with the New York Times and said he knows everybody that he pardoned, even though it was signed with an auto pen. So that's going to get it interesting. That's another little distraction that's coming up soon. I guarantee it. Got to be something else going. I mean, all we got is Elmo going off on X, huh? I don't even think I can get into X through my. No, I can't get in through my tablet. Let's see what's going on in CNN. CNN breaking. Trump doubles down on Bondi. Yeah, we know that. GOP infighting over Trump's Doge cuts to take center stage as deadline looms. They're actually covering the floods in Texas because of slow moving thunderstorms. Oh, here's one for us. 2 dead, suspect killed at a Lexington church after suspect shot a state trooper. I did hear about this. So apparently the guy shot the state trooper. He had carjacked the car, shot the state trooper, and then drove off and drove to a church and shot 2 women. One of them was like 32 and the other one was like 72 or something. And shot a guy too, but the guy lived. God damn it, Smurf. Now I got to read that shit in your voice too. You know that. Well, you got to keep training, GAM, and get that strength. And with strength comes power. And with great power comes an even greater responsibility. Just trust me. Take it from Uncle Smurf. Not Uncle Ben, but Uncle Smurf said this, okay? Oh, yeah. It's going to kill your fiber internet because fiber internet is buried underground. So when it rains real heavy here, every now and again, I'll get a mild outage. Um, but because of where I'm located and the ground's soaking wet constantly, I think they reinforce it somehow. But if you're in a place where it's not used to being reinforced and it's just raw, it can cause problems end to end. Better get your ass to work forever. You better get your ass to work. Like Smurfs over there, like, hey, I'm picking up shifts here, there, and everywhere. But you know what? I ain't gonna work no Fridays because that's gaming day with GAM. Well, that's cool. At least they gave you 5 days that you can get away. But yeah, invest in a rubber raft too forever because I don't know what's going on with Texas with this flooding, but it's outrageous at this point. Like it's gone insane. Yeah, like I said, Smurf, uh, Hell Divers too when that launches. Hopefully we enjoy it, but it looks like Starship Troopers, so I can't see why we wouldn't. I can see us definitely getting into trouble on that game. Well, it's guys like you forever that let Smurf do whatever the fuck he wants to do at work now. Smurfs and Amazon, like, I'm over here, I'm listening to GAM on the internet, I'm packing up a package for somebody. I may or may not have dropped a roach clip in there, but, that's a bonus for you if you get it in the mail. I'm actually going to finish before the 6 hour cutoff, I think, guys. Just crushed out the cigarette. What do you guys think? Good place to end it? I mean, it's only been 4 days of us streaming, including a 12-hour grind fest with me and Smurf. Everybody good? Well, we see what's going to be coming up on the painting front. Got a Joker bust. We got an Invincible. We've got a Basilisk. We got the Batman Who Laughs once I reprint his head. Um, We got the Paul, the Filipino vampire. We got the Teddy Scare, which I know Sheree is actually excited. I might start with Teddy Scare just because I think Sheree wants to see what this bad boy is going to look like. What else do we got on this table? I think that's it. Be honest with you, I think that's everything that's here. But the size and scale of it. Oh, well, no, I said the Joker bust. Yeah, but the size and scale of it and some of the detail work is going to be a pain in the ass. So it's definitely, this is at least a month's worth of painting. I think at 2 shows a week, and with the wife's new scheduling, I think she's got it where I have to cut down a model. I have to choose the model, cut it down once a week, and then I've got to print it. So do at least one a week. So I have to keep my stuff flowing. The wife's on my ass, guys. She's trying to help me stay on track, and she's good at that shit. So thank you, Smurf. It was definitely for a guy who got on the mic tonight and didn't know what the hell to talk about. We definitely went for a while. But I couldn't do this shit without you guys. I'm not gonna lie. Thank you, every last one of you. Shout out to Stranded Lifeform. This is your last shout out of the night. She'd have been here if she could have been, but she's not. She'll watch it tomorrow, and she'll know when she gets to the end of the stream. We still appreciate her. But shout out to the greatest mods on these internets at Sheree. I don't know why the hell I just said at Sheree. My brain is fragged. But greatest mods on these internets. Always thank you for being there. Thank you. Seriously. You go through some rough shit sometimes. Granted, thankfully it's not on this stream, but you put up with a lot of shit. And I appreciate you. Smurf, as always, can't wait to I'm actually looking forward to Friday. For making games stay caught up. Yeah, that's a good point. Um, Eugene Six, Forever, Beans, Mister, Duke Rowell, wherever you are, Steve Kerfuffle, my man on the streets, Rebel Without a Reason, my roving reporter. Thank you guys. Appreciate all of you. And anybody else that I didn't name, Bob K. Thank you guys. I appreciate every last one of you. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for supporting me and watching and coming in to have fun, have a chat, staying up to date. And I'll be back Thursday, 8 p.m. Swear to God, unless something crazy happens, I won't be streaming. So I'll be back on Thursday. Everybody have a great week, great night. And until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.